Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good evening, everyone. This is kind of a impromptu thing. Earlier on Universal's show, and maybe we ought to go back and look at a little bit of it. It'll be up to Universal once he gets up here. But the topic of violence in the Black community, and in my mind, whether the violence in the inner city / hood / urban areas represent like all Black people. And once Universal comes up, I'll kind of make a quick down and dirty argument, but that there is violence in the inner city. I think one of the things that I fuss at folks about is we racialize crime. And in my opinion, that's why it doesn't get solved and hasn't been solved. It, de facto becomes a Black people's problem, and I think that it's an American problem. I heard earlier today that Black people have a problem. That almost sounded like a genetic argument. And I'm not willing to let that go. There's nothing wrong with Black people. There are circumstances, there are neighborhoods, there's a lot of nurture that may be a problem, but that doesn't suggest that there is a Black people problem. There may be an environmental problem. So that's where I am. And it just so happened to be that, and this was kind of after I watched Universal's show. And by the way, we do need to drop that link. I'll find it and drop your show from this morning's link because it's worth watching. It just surprised me to see this. Now, I've gone back and done a quick down and dirty look at it. A lot of, a couple local news stations are noting, that something's happening, but it hasn't hit the national news yet. So welcome aboard, Universal.
Yes, greetings, and thanks for having me and doing this impromptu show. Looking forward to the conversation. I'm willing to take the conversation wherever you want to go, Stanley.
Well, no, it's mostly you. You're the professional. I'm just saying that this particular headline. And,
yes.
And you've probably done some research on it. I did not.
I have.
Other than the program was announced, it caught some heat, and mostly it's Mayor Scott, his office, and then a couple Black newspapers. The Black press has kind of latched onto it, but even then it's local, and a couple local news stations. So this hasn't been run through the verification aggregation mill. But I think it's still worth, doing a show around. So, and I'll restate, there's nothing wrong with black people. Most black people don't live in the hood. Uh, and it's actually a very slim majority don't even live in what we would call urban areas. So, and I just haven't had the time to go and, kind of refine my search. But the bottom line is this is not a black people problem from coast to coast. If there is high crime in inner city neighborhoods, it's not necessarily a reflection on all black people. I would argue it's not even a reflection on black culture. All cultures are faceted, multifaceted. And, when you want to start talking gun culture, well, America has always been a gun culture. When America catches a cold, black people catch the flu. But, that's due to historical things. There are correlations out there. The notion that there's something wrong with black people just doesn't sit right. And you know what? I know what the statistics are. The statistics are per capita. If you want to look at rates and stuff like that, yeah, they're high, but that still doesn't imply that there's something wrong with the culture or wrong with people. Um, and you didn't specify genetics, but it just sounded like something that a white supremacist would say. There's something wrong with black people. So that's my side of the argument.
Understood. Thank you. And I haven't 100% gone down the direction of if it's genetics or not. I have landed currently that there's a cultural element within urban black culture or urban black people that is leading to the problems that we have today, whether we're talking about gun violence, intimate partner violence. We can look at how that violence spreads to various different institutions such as school and school suspensions, things of that nature. There's a cultural issue. Now, genetically, I do think there's an argument there, but I'm not 100% willing to go down that road just yet. And the reason for that is, and I'm going to localize my argument a little bit here. I've seen how other ethnic groups who've adopted urban black culture have also fallen victim to gun violence, drug addiction, domestic violence, and crime, and just general crime. But they're following a pattern. I think there's something to be said there around urban criminality that a lot of black people have adopted over the last 50 years or so. I'll put 50 years or so. And when I say localized, I look at Somali immigrants who are now and Somali Americans. They're about 3 generations in here in the Twin Cities. I look at the Native American population, even though it's not large. The urban natives really do struggle, very similar as blacks do. And to a certain extent, I look at the Hmong population, which is one of our bigger Asian ethnic groups that we have here in Twin Cities. Now, they're not 100% involved in this, but they have small pockets where they also are showing some of these issues and concerns as well. So I think there's more of a cultural issue than a genetic issue. But I do think that the genetic issue, the question of is this a genetic issue or problem, does have some merit and should be questioned and should be deliberated on.
Okay, well, that genetic argument has been questioned, for 100 years. Okay, and thank you for being very specific when you pinned urban.
Yes.
I don't think that there is a problem with black people. Like I said, it's nurture. You saying that, other other groups that have kind of adopted the urban lifestyle, kind of, you know, uh, mimic, maybe not to the same degree. There's nothing wrong with black people. There is something wrong with living in a pressure cooker of an urban environment. Black culture is not urban culture and vice versa. Urban Black culture is part of Black culture. And that's really my only argument. There's nothing wrong with Black people. There are pockets of, Black people who, poverty correlates. A lot of things kind of correlate. And I really, my ears prick up when I hear someone just generalize to the degree that I heard earlier.
Yeah, and I do.
And well, let me say one more thing.
Mhm.
What happens in the inner city, the crime rates and stuff like that, does not reflect on the larger legacy Black American culture. It is literally racist to assume so. People get sloppy because of racist behaviors and racism in general. Okay, it's easy to just say Black people have a problem. It takes a little bit more brain power to target specific areas of Black culture or the Black demographic that have the problem. And, quite frankly, I don't appreciate that sloppiness.
So for you, Stanley, when does it become a generalized thing? Does it is it a certain
Never. It,
time
it
mark?
never,
Okay.
never does.
And
You should
go ahead.
always be specific. That is almost like a scientific method thing.
Sure.
You never make generalizations unless you are absolutely not sure. Okay. And I think at this point in 2025, we kind of know where the problems are. And I will reiterate, racializing crime is part and this is my opinion, and I really don't even have the numbers to back this up or data that would back up this point. It's more an intuitive thing. Racializing crime, Black crime in particular, is part of why it continues to be a problem. Okay, when it becomes an American problem to solve, there will be, money, technique, intelligence. There will be resources that bears down to fix the problem or at least understand what the problem is. There are too many be braves, Black and white, in America that are just willing to go, it is a Black problem, and leave it at that. It has been going on for quite some time. And this is why we still have the problem. Now, again, I would have to sit down and kind of, write a whole paper on it, but it's my gut feeling.
And I would say that there are resources dedicated to dealing with this problem. And I would also say that this problem is racialized, whether it's stated by the folks who are offering the resources or not. When you look at the data, we're mostly talking about African American people, and it's from state to state.
And if you break off the African American people and isolate the problem that way, it is literally racialized. It is too easy for folks to go, well, that's a Black problem. They need to fix it. I hear it fucking every day on B Brave's show and a lot of other shows. When it becomes an American problem, it will be solved.
And yes, and I'm not going to bring Bree Brave, and I'm just going to speak from my own
Well,
perspective.
no, I'm just going to be sloppy and bring his dumb ass into it.
That's fine. That works for you. But I think that
Oh, it works for me, and it just happens to be the truth.
okay. And I would say that a lot of the funds, I mean, we're talking multiple millions of dollars are going into solving this problem. And I made this point on my stream earlier.
Okay, let me stop you there. Solving the Black problem is not working.
I
Making
agree.
it an American problem. Okay, don't just have like Black think tanks or people donating money to solve the Black problem in the inner city. make it an American problem, and you will be surprised at the resources that come to bear to solve the problem.
So the approach that I'm taking to my answer is that America or our government is attempting to solve this problem without naming it a black problem. However, all the data, when broken down by race, highlights that it is actually a black problem. The
And you know
authors,
what? Let's talk about data. Okay, that's the other thing. Data doesn't tell you shit. What it does, you no. Laugh if you must. I actually understand numbers. I understand numbers well enough to know numbers don't mean anything. It's the narrative given to the trends. Okay, and the trends, no one doubts. I have no doubt that the higher crime areas, the violent crimes, etc. No, I'm not going to dispute that because that is the truth. I'm saying that the narrative you give to it, if you know that the black community, nationally has high murder rates, let's just look at murder rates.
yeah.
Um, Saying it's a black murder rate means it'll never be solved. America is not famous for solving problems if it doesn't affect white people. And I think when you want to throw out numbers, you literally buy into, hey, it's a black problem, therefore it is up to black people to solve.
And I would say that in many of these cities, it is starting to affect quote unquote white people or American infrastructure. And that's why we're seeing different strategies and approaches to this problem. I can point at the Twin Cities as an example. Right now, downtown Minneapolis is pretty much a ghost town. Many of the businesses have left downtown Minneapolis. And the reason for that is due to the crime that majority black people are causing.
Okay.
And
And
they,
then
and they've
I'm just
had
going to have to back it up because I am not interested, and you keep making the same argument, and so am I. If it is a black people problem, it will never be solved. Hasn't been, won't be. And the parallel I can think of is back in the 80s when I was a teenager, you heard about crack cocaine and all
sure,
this stuff.
sure.
All the people being, the 94 crime bill, just a whole bunch of stuff. It was a black people problem until it started affecting the white community in
Hmm.
rural America, and then all of a sudden it's an epidemic.
Different strategy. Yeah.
I think that is a good parallel. I don't want to hear black people have a problem. I want to hear that it's an American problem. And I think it is literally racist to call it a black problem. And you know what? I'm not afraid to say that the biggest problem in the legacy black community in the United States of America is the anti-black blacks. And well, you know what? You chuckle, but I'm doing a whole show right now saying what's on my mind.
Hmm.
Okay, when the anti-black blacks call it a black problem, you just reinforce the be brave level thinking that it's a
And
black problem. Let me finish.
mhm.
That it's a black problem and it is up to black people to solve. I literally hear be brave kind of saying the same thing. 70% of black people, are lazy or insane or whatever. Um, make it an American problem, much like the epidemic, um, and things will happen. And I'm not going to change your mind. I don't seek to change your mind. I just think, we will probably never agree on this.
And that's fine. And I'm here for the conversation. Um I think there are some areas that we do agree on, like parenting is a big part of this issue and concern. You have hundreds of kids downtown Indianapolis, downtown Chicago, downtown Detroit, DC, just doing unnecessary behaviors at times where they should be at home. It does bring up the question of where are the parents. I think we can at least agree on that. We can
Well, we
say,
do agree on that. And, that's actually kind of an insurmountable problem. I think the genie's out of the bottle.
say more about that. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the results of bad parenting from, what, 50 years ago, it's out of the bottle. And this, these little problems that started out in the 70s, they mushroom. Things,
Sure.
problems, these social problems expand
Yes.
exponentially. So, the problem is, how do we contain it? How do we, we can't put the genie back in the bottle. The problem we have, I think, is, no one really can agree. No one can really, figure out who's responsible. Um, you know, what I'm trying to say is that this is something that cannot just be contained by the Universal Joneses. Okay. And dude, I know how hard you work. I know how much you care. That is never a doubt. You now, I like beating up John Galt,
Sure.
but I don't like beating up you because you care in a very responsible way, in a way that I admire. You know your shit. Now I
Sure.
don't always agree with you, but
Sure.
like I told you on your show, I respect you. Now I
Yeah.
will roast you,
Yeah.
but you know what? I roast my sister too. I
Sure.
roast the people I. It's a weird quirk. I tease the people that I think can take it, push back, and
Sure.
you know what? Anyway,
And
so
and I'll share more about
I
why.
just don't agree with the gross generalizations. I would be
Understood.
much more comfortable with saying there is a problem with Black urban culture.
Yeah.
There is. We'll never, disagree that there is a problem. I will push back that, there is a pocket of Black culture that is toxic and it's mushrooming, and it has actually gotten to a point to where everybody wants to mimic this toxic behavior, and I
Yes.
don't have the answers. However, you know what, um I still don't think it's a Black problem. I think it is a Black low culture. To me, it's very isolated. It's just that the behavior is being mimicked. I mean, it is easy to, crip walk back to your McMansion. You know, you can crip walk all you want, but once you close that door behind you, all of a sudden, you're eating mom's home cooking. We need to figure out how to not make it cool,
And I
and I
think
don't have
that's
those
part of the
answers.
problem. That's part of the problem. Let me address why I care, because I think that's important to my kind of approach to this, and then I want to come back
Please do.
and I want to address the mushrooming piece, because I think we may be closer on that concept of what's the part, that slice of the problem, than you may think. But let me come back to that. So the reason why I care, Stanley, and I do this even on, every few months or so, I just say, why do I care? I just take one step away, is because I was a few decisions away from being one of these statistics, honestly. The way that I grew up, the environment I came in, could have easily been one of these, individuals who fall into these victimized statistics. Several baby moms, in and out of jail, things of that nature. Now I know that's not every Black person. And that's why I care, because I know that those types of behaviors in the community absolutely impact the kids who do have an opportunity to move beyond it. And they have to go to school, they have to navigate their community. Sometimes they have to even navigate their own homes and family members around that nonsense. But they have so much potential. They have so much ability to grow and to live a life where they don't have to deal with none of that nonsense. And I try to reach those young people as best as I can and be a support and say, hey, you don't have to fall victim to this. You don't have to have survivor's remorse. You don't have to deal with, you can just be yourself. Yeah, you're going to be a black person, but you can just be a person. And I feel like a lot of folks who may have found themselves in a similar position as me don't carry that same message because they force a lot of these young people to have this alliance back to the community where
Right.
there's a level of guilt that they're
Mhm.
not doing enough to help. And I think that that is wrong. You can do what you need to do, but you also have to know when to disengage because you can't help
Right.
anybody who does
Right.
not want to help themselves. And I had to learn that lesson the hard way, Stanley, like literally.
Good for you.
But I learned it, but it took a long time of acceptance for it
Mhm.
because I learned that I'm burning bridges, I'm destroying networks, I'm working harder than the people I'm trying to help to better their
Right.
lives instead of doing it myself. So I care because I've been in that position, and I think that we can help some people move forward. So that's why I do this. Now I know I'm called a coon and stuff because I
Oh,
like to.
fuck all that. I didn't call you a coon. Look,
No,
the
not
bottom
you.
line
I'm just
is
saying in
you
general.
made your look. I'm not even interrupting it. You care. That is palpable.
Yeah,
It's important. We need more universals. But in me, dilettante that I am, I didn't grow up around it. Literally, I would just be more hindrance than help.
sure.
However, um, you know, I we need people like you. However, and again, I know I piss people off when I'm in the chat and I start splitting hairs, but it's the way I'm trained.
Sure.
You cannot say this is a black problem. It's just too broad and it just gives people like, and you know what? Be Brave is a motherfucking racist. Okay, of the most virulent sort. He is funny. He is engaging, and to be honest, and I make this comment. I've made this comment about CT's show. I have made it about Bob's new show. The problem isn't Bob or CT or even Be Brave. It's the panels. It's the people who buy into that carnival barker bullshit
Sure.
because they are obviously, they look to these people as authorities of one way or another, or one sort or another, and they're just not.
Hmm. And Stanley, in a lot of these panels, I think they're more generalized than even myself would be. With their talking point and with their talking points, and I think a lot of times too, they're clouded by their own hurt or trauma. We can say I don't really like throwing that around as much, but they're kind of clouded by these like you mentioned earlier, these narratives of who white people are, who black people are, without really thinking about like the actual application of some of the things that they're saying. And that's where I try to come in and say, okay, let's look at this. Like there's an issue when you see, I mean, earlier in my stream, I looked at just the last few days, and I picked the Twin Cities because I'm local, but I picked Chicago because it's close. But I could have picked Indiana, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, New Orleans. Like it's the same thing over and over and over again. You have to at some point you have to say, okay, what is going on? We have these urban blacks, no matter where you place them in the United States, with similar issues, especially when it comes to the gun violence. That's where I want to have the dialogue to say, What is the issue here? We can say, yeah, white people put the guns in the community. We can say that, but what drives you to utilizing the guns upon yourself? Why are those your methods of
Okay, well,
engagement?
let me tell you. And I'm not much of a Thomas Sowell fan, but there's a grain of truth in that silliness about, black rednecks
Yeah,
and white liberals. America is a gun culture. Okay, you can tune into the Western Channel or the Cowboy Channel. I used to call it the Cowboy Channel. You can tune in anytime. You can see plenty of gunplay. There's a whole, get out of Dodge, Dodge City. When America has a cold, black people catch the flu. Okay, this gun culture in the hood did not spring up, as a new species of gun violence. America is a gun culture, and black people, inner city. I was listening to something. Have you read E. Franklin Frazier, Black
yeah,
Bourgeoisie? Right?
absolutely, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
and and
well,
and Black
I
people,
think
yeah.
you know I have some huge problems with the book. However, the bare bones, because part of it is he was talking about 19 what it was published in 57 or something.
I think he was focused on the 30s.
No, it's published later than that. It was
No,
either
no, I'm
40.
saying what his
Oh yeah, yeah,
ideology.
yeah. He was
Yeah,
talking about. Look, um, whether we like it or not, black culture is an imitation of white culture.
I agree 100%.
Okay, that can't be escaped. I'm gonna cling to the notion that you remember the Who song, and I'm gonna sound like a motherfucking geek. It's an eminence font. Okay, it is literally um, it's a consumer culture. Okay,
Yes,
we want the latest sneakers, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not just the inner city black culture. It is everybody in America. We literally don't make anything; we buy stuff.
yes,
So,
Stanley.
and I don't want to get too deep because this might be a whole series of conversations,
We might have to have a series of conversations.
right? But what I really, all bullshit aside, and I like to roast people. There's nothing wrong with black people. There are problems in specific pockets of the larger black culture. I'm never going to deny that. I just take umbrage to, not all black people live in the hood. Not all black people have hood culture. And there are too many people like a John Galt or a Be Brave or an Ock Nation or ACT who just don't know shit. They literally have not done the work. They just fucking, tune into, um, they don't read motherfucking books. Okay. They don't do the hard work to actually understand the gray areas and grapple with the gray areas. John Galt doesn't motherfucking grapple with the gray areas. Be Brave doesn't grapple with the gray areas, and it shows. And then they get pissed when I tell them, y'all don't know shit. They don't.
Mm.
And I am not afraid to tell them. And yeah, Mela, I see you. But I want to hold on one sec, Mela.
Yeah,
Look,
propaganda.
look, Universal, you have my uh, unadulterated respect.
Sure.
I will roast you. I will
No,
make jokes.
I know
But
you have.
you have to know how much I do respect you.
Yeah, I understood. I do
And
want to comment.
I don't care. I've never grown up there. I don't feel the the need to give back to a place I didn't grow up in.
Sure. And I honestly don't think that there's anything wrong with that, Stanley. I think that that is okay. You're not required to.
Now that
obligated.
doesn't mean I won't help. If I can help, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna help.
But the best.
However,
Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. I mean, I'm not. Um, I don't mean to be dismissive, but shit, you know what? I had a buddy of mine who's from the hood in Richmond, Virginia,
Hmm.
and you know what he told me? He's like, Stanley, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Don't go to the hood.
And he may be right as far as like
Oh no, he's
survival and
absolutely right.
navigating.
He's a friend of mine. I mean, he knows me as well as anyone.
And let me. There's 2 points that I want to definitely address that you said: the consumer culture piece, and then the mushrooming thing. I want to come back to. Um, and but I want to. Well, let me go to the mushrooming because that's a bigger conversation.
Okay.
So you stating that you never grew up in a community, and that's not, that should be your motivation. I agree with that. I don't think you would have
Well,
to.
hold
You
on.
should.
I didn't grow up in the hood. I
Yeah, the hood.
I
That's what I meant.
grew up I grew up in a black
Black community. Yes.
middle class, Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia.
Yes.
I could, who was it that said, maybe it was John Galt, I could literally, the only time I saw black or white people was, like I mowed lawns when I was like 12, 13, 14. I could literally go a whole summer and not see
Yeah.
white people unless we went to the mall or something.
Yes.
So
And
I know black excellence. I know that,
yes.
the inner city, and literally you could go riding your bike. Now we had a curfew, of course, but
Sure.
once it was dark, like 9 o'clock, my father and my sister and I, we would go riding bikes because he was a cop and he had to stay fit and all that stuff. But you know the occasional dog chasing us, up the street. That was the danger. Now
And
we're talking 70s.
yeah, there we go. And I would say since the 70s, Stanley, there's been a gradual shift in how both middle class blacks and urban blacks have changed their disposition or sorry, middle class blacks and rural blacks have changed their disposition on urban black America. And I think that there's a level of acceptance to some of the nonsense that takes place in urban
I
communities.
think you're right.
And I think that that's a huge part of the problem is the folks who are supposed to uplift and push towards quote unquote
Mhm.
excellence as you use support the nonsense, and it allows, and I think that there's a allowance of it to just fester and go on. And with, so because earlier you talked about there's a mushrooming that happens, and
Right.
that mushrooming, it takes, and I see it every day because I'm fortunate enough to reach a upper middle class level myself, and I'm in these spaces where I've been the only black person for a lot of things, and when I am around other middle class black people, they just they enable a lot of the nonsense, and I'm like, man, we have an opportunity to really shift from a policy in or even a structural in stuff, but we don't do it because that a lot of black
Hold on, Bella. Let,
black
let
people
me
on that
interrupt.
level, they tend to, and this is just my theory. I don't have a lot of
No.
research on
You're
this.
cooking, but I do have a pushback.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'm looking forward to both you and Mella's position on this because
Mela will wait.
I want to really think this thing out
Thank
too.
you very much.
Because I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% so that I've figured it all out, but I think I'm onto something where I believe that a lot of these black folks who don't come, or not, I shouldn't say come from, they're not participating in the urban black dynamic, we'll say. They still find their connection back to black by
Yeah, well,
supporting the
you
nonsense.
you you are literally talking about E. Franklin Frazier.
I know. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the people who helped me get, and this is why I know it's an issue because he was writing
But
about a
see,
time period that was almost 100 years ago,
I
and
want
this
you to
shit still
finish
happens
this
today.
point. I think he has a point, but finish your point. But I'm gonna tell you right now, um, black culture, as even look, E. Franklin Frazier literally is saying at a meta point that Black culture is a reflection of white culture. You
Yeah,
got the
yeah.
masses, you got the burgeoning middle class, and you got that little, little, little
Turn
Tandy
your
Newton,
microphones up.
Are
Tandy
we
Newton,
low?
Yes.
Tandy Newton, Tandy Newton level. We want to cling to upper class white culture, and Du Bois was horrible for that.
Sure.
He had some problems, but that's kind of an aside.
Mela, is this
The problem, and I'm just
You
gonna have to
sound
go.
better.
okay?
Okay, Mela, please
Sorry.
don't be 12th man.
That's my
Uh,
fault. Stanley.
I
I
was
did.
just mentioning
I
that
just
your
don't know.
microphone is low.
Like I said, I think we do a bad job of just saying it's a black problem without realizing that blacks are just imitating parts of white culture. That's
But
why I think it's an American problem.
so,
We didn't get the urban lifestyle from Africa. Where do we
correct.
get it from?
We didn't even get it from here. I mean,
Well,
we
I think we
assimilated
did.
into it. We assimilated into it here.
Well, I think some of it's invented.
No, absolutely. And even though this may be a replication of urban white culture, we have adapted something that is more toxic with it. Ava asked a question in the chat. What is urban?
Um,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Well, if
She,
Ava's here, it'll be all right.
no, no, she just asked a question I think is important just for clarity because I use that
Well, she lives in
terminology.
Seattle. She may not, be
But
that.
even still, there's a black community in Seattle that also are impacted by the same dynamics. When I
Really?
say an urban black dynamic, I'm talking about inner city black people who are impoverished for the most part. They're usually dependent on government assistance and nonprofit organizations,
And
and
I
their family
actually think
dynamics are fragile.
you might want to look at those numbers too. Uh,
I have.
they as a group, you need to parse those numbers. Don't make the generalizations, which is why we're having the show. It is so annoying to hear a black professional such as yourself make these huge leaps of logic. You know, do most people in what we would call an urban environment depend on welfare? Do you know
Anecdotal experience
hold
matters.
on, Mela. Do you know the numbers of Universal?
The numbers. I mean, if you want the
Okay,
overall
no,
American numbers,
seriously. Do you know the numbers? Stop making the generalizations.
I know some of the numbers. If I break them down by city or state, yes. The total
Okay, well,
American numbers,
we
no.
will have to do, a roaming or roving series. Because, I mean, look, if I'm wrong, dude, I will just eat crow. But I find it concerning when we just want to say black people are this or black people are that. It's a huge, and call me a science major. You just can't make those broad generalizations.
But we're talking specifically about urban blacks, though, right?
Okay, and even if you want to isolate into that demographic, do you know the numbers? What are the percentages of the urban black
He already answered
population
that question.
that take government assistance? That we need to know those numbers. It's called drilling down. Do you have
Sure.
those numbers?
For the entire United States, no, but
No, I
specifically
don't care. Just pick a community. You talked about
Twin Cities.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, Twin Cities. In the state of Minnesota, black people are a little over 6% of the entire population. And of that 6%, I believe 93% of those folks live in the actual urban population of the Twin Cities. Over 65% of those people are on government assistance, Stanley. That's over half. So I think we can generalize and say that's the majority.
Okay, and then the other half are
Now
not.
that's a good man right there.
Okay, what I
That's
need you to do, Mela, is I will bring you up in just a second.
Like
but 50% aren't. Are you gonna dwell on the
40.
50% are or the
Oh,
50% that are
well,
not?
I'm dwelling on the
50,
majority,
well,
and I'm
hold
because
on.
that majority is
50,
still connected to those folks who are not, Stanley, and those
okay,
folks
and
who are
then
not
you know
still have
what?
ties back to that
I'm not quite done. Minneapolis is not.
So now
Well,
Minneapolis doesn't count. Okay.
okay, Minneapolis is not is Minnesota an accurate reflection of the legacy?
He's being brutish with
Okay,
you.
dude,
Yeah.
this is fucking bullshit.
Why?
I don't think you quoting numbers from
You
Minnesota are much of an indicator of the
okay?
larger black community. Like
Okay.
you said,
Uh,
you are literally quoting California numbers,
sure. All right.
five, six
I,
percent. That is
so
not
Lionel.
a snapshot of the larger
So
community.
what I'll do for our part 2 conversation, Stanley, is I will pick a urban city that has over 13% of
Why are you
African
going?
Americans.
Why not just look? Why an urban
No,
city?
because we're talking about urban black, Stanley. You're moving
No,
the goalpost now.
no, we are not talking about it.
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Stanley, you
let
asked
me
the
go ahead.
question.
No, we are not. You are. Okay,
Yes,
Universal,
because those are yes, you're
Universal,
right.
have
I
you
am.
not heard me? It's my fault because I haven't been clear. I think that the urban black community is not a reflection of the larger black community.
And
I
that's
think
fine.
it. I
I can
think. Well,
respect
no,
that.
no, no, no. It is more than fine. It is literally
A
not my
fact.
point. I don't give a fuck about what goes on in the city. I am saying the city is not a reflection of the larger black community. Not all black people, not even the majority of black people live in urban areas.
Stanley.
I look, well, hold on. Black, what is it? Blackdemographics.com.
Mm-hmm.
I look at this sort of stuff. Now, it is a very slim majority, but even if you want to go and look at the urban population, inner city versus living in I haven't been able to parse the hood from living in an urban area. Haven't been able to find one that kind of gives me those numbers. I'm not ready to go. That hey, what happens in the hood reflects on the larger black community.
I have a
What I
question.
get, and I'm gonna keep going. What I get from the anti-black blacks is all black people are our brother's keeper. It is a very Booker T. Washington 1898 Atlanta exposition. Um, not every bad deed that a black person does is not a reflection. Um, be a credit to your race. And I used to hear this back in the 70s. No, those days are over. And if we keep going in that direction, that's part of our toxicity too.
So, Stanley, from your perspective, what's the difference between non-urban blacks and urban blacks?
Uh, one city mice versus country mice. Most black John, I see John's here. He needs to sit in the back with Mel because you know what? If you really want to set me off, the difference is two different cultures. Dude, I
Can you
live. Well, hold on.
drill down on those? I would love to know the difference.
Let me finish
Sure.
where I'm going. I lived in Savannah, Georgia. Grew up, all that stuff. Mother from there, but my father was from South Georgia, small town, South Georgia, rural. So you know what? I've been, to libraries where I check out 10 books. I've also picked peas and watermelons. So I know the difference between the cultures. So there's a huge difference between urban culture. And again, this is quite some time ago, decades ago, but I know what living in the city tends to be different than living out where you pick watermelons.
Like, could you give me like if we could compare the average urban 16-year-old
I
black
don't care
man
about the averages. I'm
to,
just giving you a big picture.
but
There is a
even with your
difference.
big picture, you
There
didn't
is
really
a
drill down
difference.
and give any differences, Stanley.
There is a different. Well, wait, hold it. You don't see differences?
No, I want you to
Okay, well
explain
then
the
I
differences for
do.
me.
I've lived in
What
it.
are they?
Lived in a city. Well, one is more concerned. Look, if you live out in the country, your neighbor might be a mile away. Um, it's a different lifestyle. One's more relaxed. Um, you know, I you're gonna have to guide me on this because I don't understand why you don't see the difference.
Do you think that let's say a rural black 16-year-old is less aggressive than an urban black 16-year-old?
If he's not listening to rap music or the culture. Now, see, this is where the internet has kind of made culture more accessible. Now, when I grew up, there was no internet. I mean, you could go a whole summer. The only TV I might see would be like what my grandparents were watching. So
Sure.
things have changed. I mean, things are much more accessible. Um, so I don't deny that. Urban culture is much more accessible out in the hinterland. So are you telling me that, and I think I would agree, um, the toxicity from the inner city, I agree with that. It's literally, becoming more accessible.
Yeah, I think that I think that we have enough data to say that there's
Okay, I
something
don't
going
care
on.
about the data so much
But
because
you asked me for
people,
data, now you don't care about the data, Stanley. How do you
well,
want it,
hold
Stanley?
on. Let me. Well, it's not that I don't care. I need you to put a caveat on it. Data doesn't tell you anything. It's the narrative ascribed to the data. You need to understand the
I
trend.
understand that point.
Okay, just because a murder rate is so high in the
In the
inner city,
summertime, right? It doesn't mean
right?
that it's
Well,
the
no, no,
degrees
no.
that increase
I'm
the
not.
measure. I
Look,
understand that.
that's not. I'm not denying it, but why is it higher? How do we solve it? How do we, you know, deal with the obvious problem that the trends are showing? Okay, telling me that
You have to
data.
generalize, Stanley, to do that.
Okay, no, actually, I'm saying the opposite. Taking the generalized data and understanding the trends and what the data might mean is how you don't generalize.
But Stanley, at some point, you look at your data points and you say, okay, we're noticing this specific group is behaving this specific way,
Right.
and you ask yourself why. And
Okay,
then
and
that
that's my point.
when
No one is
the answer, hold on one second, let
asking.
me finish. Let me finish. The answers to that question to you, Stanley, sound racist.
Right, because no one is. See, okay, you want to chuckle, but what I'm hearing is people aren't asking why. They're just going, these goddamn numbers are so high and they're animals. I fucking
No,
hear it.
I actually think
No,
that
no,
they're
no,
not
no.
doing that.
I'm not talking about you specifically, but you see a spike in numbers or some trend, and you don't actually ask yourself, why is this happening? That is why I think too many people, and I'm going to pick on Be Brave, he's going to go, well, those blacks, they've always been toxic. He doesn't ask why. He picks the lowest hanging racist fruit. They're black. They've always been that way. That is my goddamn problem. Okay, no one is actually asking why. You are just saying it's black people and they need to figure out how to fix the problem.
May I speak?
You hold on one sec.
Sure. I
you
can
know,
concede to Melo. Go
Heather,
ahead.
do you understand my point now? Okay,
I do, but I don't.
you think people are asking why? I'm saying they're not. They're just saying of the blacks.
Yeah. So we agree, but not on the same what the reason. I don't think people are asking why, because if you ask why, it's gonna lead back to black people's bad behavior, and that means that you're
Okay,
racist.
and then I think you are a numbskull.
Yeah, I understand. Mela, you can hop in if you like.
Only with Stanley's permission, of course. May I
I'll
speak,
be right
Stanley?
back. I'll be right back. By the way, Universal's a host on this. He has as much power as I do.
Okay. I would also like the link to his channel so that I could subscribe. In the
Yeah.
meantime, thank you in advance for allowing me to say what I'm going to say at this moment. The problem with the Black community is its hypersexuality. Allow me to explain. The hypersexuality stems from, there's this book called, of course, people who are familiar with it know, post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? And it's a very, as a matter of fact, it's been revised recently, and it includes details that would construct attitudes, acceptance of deplorable behaviors throughout generations, including hypersexuality. And due to hypersexuality, a man is not going to.
Okay, let me see if I
Yes,
can understand this point. Is it hypersexuality that's doing drive-bys and violent crime?
that's akin to impulsive behavior. Yes,
I need you to connect those dots.
that's akin to
Well, I don't care about a kin. I need you to connect those dots.
the connection is impulsivity, survival. When people are in survival mode, they are prone to conduct impulsivity.
Do you really think you have a good argument?
No, I don't.
Okay, so
That's why I'm asking you,
you're
what
just
do you
here
think?
so we can hear your pretty voice.
My voice is not always pretty, but
Well,
thank you.
your point is always interesting.
Well, let's be a further
Farther, farther.
I'm sorry, let's explore this further.
Let's not.
You don't want to hear
I'm trying
about
to.
how
Okay, I am.
black people
Mela, we are
are
not gonna.
impulsive and that's
Well,
their problem? You
okay.
don't want to hear about.
Okay, Mela, you need to trim your point down to a point. Okay, rambling on and sounding interesting is not doing it for me. So let me bring you back up. Connect the dots is my request. You talked about impulsivity. That seems a way to go, but go there.
Impulsivity is an umbrella that has many prongs, and that can include um, violence, that can include abandonment of responsibility, that can include
Well,
disregard for legal consequences.
okay, well, honestly, a dictionary has a lot of words.
Are you being a contrarian? Is that what you're doing to me?
No, that contrarian is in the dictionary too. What I'm asking you to do, you talked about
I did
impulsivity.
what you asked me
I
to do.
need you to connect the dots in a very conclusive way.
I
I
made
love
it
the
as concise
soliloquy.
as I
I
possibly
love the
could.
soliloquy, but can you get
I
to the
made it
point?
as concise as I was able to.
Okay. Well,
I think the point hit hard for people who are listening. For those who are not listening, or rather refuse to understand, it leads to other questions. When the question was answered, it is impulsivity that has destroyed the Black community.
And I'm gonna take you back to the fussing.
No, you're not.
No, what you're gonna do is you're gonna let me critique your very marshmallowy argument. You're not advancing the point. You make broad generalities, just like I fussed at Universal for doing, except you're not as good at refining your argument. Don't care about impulsivity. I think we kind of passed that a while ago. Not every the You cannot call the whole legacy Black community impulsive.
I would like to,
Marshmallowy.
Stanley, when you're
Shout out
done,
to Marshmallowy.
I would like to actually build on
when
Mella's
you
point.
start telling me that 50% of the legacy Black community in the United States or 51% commit violent crime, then I'll start believing the argument that there is a cultural problem. Okay, you need the numbers actually mean something. In high numbers, yeah, high for what? High relative to what? Most of the statistics you want to talk about are high relative to other demographics. Okay, again, you can take numbers and you can do all kinds of things with them. I just think numbers don't mean anything until you give them a narrative. We have given them a race narrative, a racism narrative, and America has just said, hey, in the inner city, it is a Black problem. And then people like, the very racist Be Brave, and the motherfucker don't. The very racist Be Brave and the John Galts and the Ock Nations, who, motherfucker, y'all will look at crime videos all day, every day, and never look at all the stuff that's positive. Most Black people don't commit murders. Most Black people don't commit violent crime. A very small percentage of the total Black community, and I'm going to specify legacy Black community in America, commit violent crime, where pussies and idiots like Be Brave and John Galt and all these idiot motherfuckers, they like to compare themselves to the Asian community, the white community. Yeah. Okay, I don't need confirmation, Mella. It is a relative problem. Okay, high numbers, high per capita in the Black community compared to other communities. And I'm not saying that comparison is bad. I'm just saying there's a narrative.
There is a narrative.
We need not get wrapped around the axle, because I think we can explain why the per capita number is high in the Black community. And it's not most Black people. It is very localized geographically. And the anti-Black Blacks who want to be performative. Ooh, the white people think we have a problem. I'm gonna say we have a problem too. It doesn't work for me.
If all white people left, Black people still have the same.
I don't
problem.
give a motherfuck what the white people do.
And I don't either.
Okay, dude, stop worrying about them. If it is a Black, see, and this is where the inconsistency comes in. If it's a black problem, why are we worried about what the white people think? You're black.
Well,
If
you
know it's
brought it up,
okay,
Stanley.
dude. I will not be interrupted. If it is a black problem, and you as a black professional know it's a problem, why do you care what the white people think?
I don't. That's why I approach the work the way that I do. Now, Stanley,
Okay, I'm
you
not
brought up
talking about
research.
your work. I'm talking about your narrative. And
My
John
narrative and the
Galt,
work are one and the
I
same.
might be beating up on the John Galts and the Ak Nations more than you, but again, if it's a black problem, and it's not, who can? Okay, dude, I have already counseled you on your very bad narrative. What happens in the inner city in big cities is not a reflection on the broader legacy black community. Do you think what happened in Chicago, was it last weekend or a few days ago,
Yesterday.
is a motherfucker? Do not interrupt, because now I'm getting annoyed. What happened in Chicago, how does that reflect on the black community in America? Does it?
Is that a question?
It is. You didn't hear
Yes.
the upsweep at the end of my
Well,
sentence?
you asked the question, I answered it. You said don't
Okay,
interrupt.
no. I need you to tell me how violence in the inner city reflects on the larger black community.
It reflects on the larger black community because it happens in every major city where black people are more than
Okay,
3%.
and then your idiot
And
ass can't figure out
I'll be an idiot.
most black people don't live in those communities, do they?
But they do. Well, if they don't live in the communities, they are finding a way
Majority of
to
the
travel
legacy
there
black
and cause
community,
disruption.
the legacy black community in the majority do not live in the areas you're worried about.
All right. Well, they're smart because they've figured out a
Okay,
way to get away
again,
from the
you want to
Negro
wander
nonsense.
away from my question.
I'm not wandering. Let me finish. You're
I
cutting
need
me
you
off.
to
You won't let me
answer.
finish?
See, this is why I get so annoyed. Do most black people live in the hood?
Again, you keep
No.
the
I need you
point.
to
I'm going to
answer
answer
the
the point.
question
Let me answer.
directly.
I
Don't
will.
again me.
I will.
Do
I
most
will.
black
I
Americans
will. I will
live in
answer
the hood?
directly and let me
Yes
answer.
or no is the answer.
There's a short answer and there's context. I would like to provide
Motherfucker,
both.
I don't care. We can get to the context once
We
you give
can't
me
because you
short
won't let
answer.
me finish a thought.
Dude,
We
I
can't.
don't care if you finish. I just need a yes or no. How long does it take you to say yes or no?
I believe I demonstrated that it doesn't take me
I
long.
don't care what you
No,
demonstrated.
but yet
My
again,
question to you to reiterate, do most legacy black
no,
Americans in the United States of America live in the hood?
no.
Okay, well, put a pin in that,
But
because my follow-on question is, if most people don't, how can what goes on there be a reflection on the larger black community who
here's
don't
how.
live there?
Here's how. In research, Stanley, there's something
I
called
don't
a
give a
P
fuck
value.
about the
Well, let me
research.
answer
Let's
the
do it
question.
a priori.
Let me answer the question.
No, it will be dude, okay, Universal, you're not as bright as I thought you were then. Okay, don't tell me about the research. Okay,
I'm not
if most this is not a data problem. This is more a context, maybe. If the majority of black people don't live in these high crime areas, how is what goes on there a reflection on the
Yeah.
larger black community?
Please allow me to answer the question.
Dude,
You're using
if you
when
want
you use
to
the term when you use the
okay,
term
what you're gonna
majority, you're
do
splitting
is
it. So let
hear
me.
my response.
I
Dude, don't be dumb because I'm gonna shit on you. Laugh, chuckle as much as you want, but you know what's gonna happen. You know numbers aren't gonna help you here.
I'm not using numbers, and you don't even know what I'm
You
doing.
said the
Well, let me
research,
finish.
bitch.
You're the only one using numbers. You keep saying majority. So
Okay.
I'm following
Listen,
your line of
we,
questioning to answer your
can
question. Let
we
me answer.
agree? We
Oh,
agree that most black people don't live in the hood, correct?
correct. And
Okay.
then your follow-up
And
question was, well, then
you
why does it
go,
matter?
you
And I'm
go
trying to
and
answer that.
tell me if most black people don't live in these high crime areas,
Why does it matter?
how will we be blamed for the crime that goes on there? Tell
Because because
me about this research.
because when in research
Because
in general,
white
there's something
people
called
think all black people live in the hood for starters.
okay. I'm not going to use what you call a be brave narrative. Let me explain. In research, which you brought up today, there's something called a statistic significance, which is also a p-value. You don't have to have 50% for it to be significant. The statistical significance of black urban youth, mainly, who are causing disruption and problems,
Okay,
is a reflection
you've already
on
lost me.
majority.
We have already agreed that black urban youth don't represent all black youth.
But it represents
You
a
are literally
fragmentation
you are
amongst our
literally going
community.
down the white way.
And that's fine. You can call it what you want.
Oh, motherfucker,
It's
I
the
know
truth.
it's
It can
fine
be white.
because,
It can be
dude,
the Indian
if
way.
most
It
black
can be
people,
whatever.
if the majority of black Americans,
Thank you, Herman.
mostly black Americans, do not live in these high crime areas, it is
I don't
not
know why that matters, Stanley. If it doesn't
okay.
matter if they're
Dude, then you are
5%
dim. Then
or
you are literally
75%, they are
dim. You
literally.
are literally stupid.
Well, let me
If
make my stupid
dude,
point.
no. What I'm gonna do is tell you that you your reasoning for why these numbers matter, you need to step back and actually clear your head of whatever white cotton these white people stuff between your ears and actually think. If
Stanley.
most black people don't live in these high crime areas, then it's not a reflection on the larger black community. And I keep telling you, it's not a black problem. Racializing what is happening in the inner city is literally be brave level dumb.
How is it not a black problem when
It is
majority,
not
a
a black
significant
problem.
majority
If
of the folks
most black
doing the
people,
issues are
if
black?
most black
Stanley,
people,
you wanted to talk about
keep
Baltimore, Stanley. Let's
goddamn
talk about it.
telling you, stop using black and make it American. We talked about this.
Here.
Stop using black, you fucking racist.
All right. Let's. You want to talk about Baltimore? Let's talk about
We're
Baltimore,
not going to
Stanley.
look at it.
Pull up
What
the
you
clip.
need, no,
Pull the clip up.
we're not going to do
Why
it.
are you
I
I don't give a
entertaining
fuck.
this old
Dude,
man?
this is
I got clips for you.
literally
I brought the
why
research,
I have
Stanley.
this is
Come on.
literally why I have problems with you don't understand numbers, you don't understand how to give them context, and when you do deign to give them context, you just basically want to use the term black. You literally are. Well, you told me earlier, on your earlier show that
Mhm.
Be Brave has a point. You and I totally disagree. Be Brave is a moron. He has no clue how to use numbers, and I'm starting to think you don't either. Okay, just because there are high crime rates in narrow geographical areas, it does not implicate all black people in America.
And yet again, I'm not implicating all black people.
Yes, you are. When you
I am
say
saying
black without
within
context,
urban black
okay, dude,
dynamics, there's a problem.
dude, when you say black people have a problem,
We do.
it's so general you're implicating. And
We do.
maybe your command of English isn't that good.
It's not. I'm black.
Dude, well, you know what? Then you need to go back to grade school. Mrs. Hefner or whoever the fuck she was
Miss Anderson.
She probably thought you couldn't learn English, so she did the best she could.
Yeah,
And
well,
you are
most
suffering
likely.
for it.
Well, I did have a public education. Unfortunately, my parents couldn't afford anything.
You can't fight back because Miss Hefner cowed your dumb ass and told you were black and can't learn English.
Yeah, she also patted me on the head and said it's going to be okay.
You know what? She rubbed your head. She didn't pat. She went, what an interesting texture.
Oh man.
Show your article, but not all black people live in the hood. That's pretty much the common sense point.
And again, I will give you that point and still make my point that this is an issue. You're more concerned with the majority living in.
You're saying, wait, Universal.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying it's not an issue. I'm saying it is not a black issue.
Well, it is a American problem that involves black people. How about that?
Well, you know what? I couldn't agree more.
And I think America needs to take strong direction in dealing with this problem. No holds barred.
Using your words now. See how you're using your words to make a cogent point?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think that America has to be honest with the subculture of Black Americans who are causing these issues. They need to look at it from the parenting aspect, the waste of dollars from the nonprofits to the education. And we need to have an honest review on why aren't these blacks able to make it.
Now let me ask you a question before you get back on your anti-black tricycle.
Mm-hmm. It's not a tricycle. I have training wheels. I'm present above the tricycle.
Do white people have the same problem?
No.
Bullshit.
No, they don't.
Bullshit.
See, provide your evidence. Provide your evidence. Provide your evidence.
Everything is hunky dory in white land.
No one said that. Now you're generalizing my statement. Now you're generalizing my statement. Now you're generalizing my statement. No, their parenting's different. And when white parents fell, no. Let me respond. When white parents fell, their children do not murder each other. When white parents fell, their children do not murder each other or destruct their community. When white parents fell, their children do not disrupt their community and murder each other.
Dude, then you don't read the news, do you?
I honestly, I probably read the news more than you do, sir.
You stay up there worrying. You put your nose.
So I don't read the news, but then when I do, I'm worried about it.
The news. You literally don't. You know what's going on in Minnesota.
No, sir.
You don't know what's going on outside of your state.
Honestly,
I'm not even making a joke here. Universal, you don't know what's going on.
Stanley, I probably know more what's going on in the urban dynamics than you, sir.
When you tell me white people don't have the same problems,
they don't.
Well, not to the same extent. But if you're telling me that bad parenting is uniquely black,
I never said that.
Motherfucker, that's what you implicated.
No, I would tell you that directly what I said. When white parents fail, their children's results are very different than black parents. Black children who are not doing well end up murdering one another and causing disruption in their community. You do not have the same problem.
Stop.
You do not have the same problem.
Okay, Universal, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Prove it.
Of course. Well, I don't have to. We know what the statistics are. I literally keep making the analogy when
white kids will self-destruct.
Do not interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
When white America catches a cold, black people catch the flu. Of course, the statistics aren't going to be as dire, but you telling me white people don't have the same bad parenting issues.
That's not what I
Dude,
said.
no, it's exactly what you said.
No,
Not in those words.
that's not what I said.
I'm
I,
taking
I
the
spoke very
implication.
directly,
When I say, do white people have the same problems?
and I said no,
You
they
said
don't.
no.
The results aren't the same.
Okay, of course they're not the same. God damn it, that's obvious.
So then they don't have the same
I
problem.
literally
Stanley.
said
If your car breaks
they're
down and
not
my
as
car breaks
bad.
down, and I
They're
have a
not
flat
as
tire, you have
bad.
an engine
I
issue, it's
said
not
that.
the same problem. It's not.
They're exactly the same problems, Universal, and I'm surprised at the lack of depth in your knowledge. Bad parenting is an American problem.
I agree with that. We're behind. When we
Okay,
look at
then
statistics, we're
we
behind
have
a
the
lot of
same
issues.
problem, just not to the same extent.
Bro, genius. When it comes
I
to
don't give
school
a fuck
shootings,
what Bro Genius has to say. What you need to do is concentrate on your lack of thinking. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're chuckling, but bad parenting is literally an American problem.
I agree,
It
but the
hurts
results
the black
are
community
different.
worse.
Yes, we agree there.
But white people are fucking up the country. They have the power over it.
Due to their bad parenting?
Yes,
Say more.
absolutely. Dude, bad parenting is like, dude, you think Trump had good parents?
I don't want to
And
talk about
I don't
you.
mean to go all political.
Like, I'm
Universal,
talking about your regular, everyday person.
your ass is so into what's going on in the hood that you're not paying. No, I know you think it's funny, but I'm dead serious. Dude, you have no clue what's going on. Seriously, I'm actually shocked. Motherfucker, you talk to Imperius regularly on your panels. You don't think that's bad parenting?
I think he's a sociopath.
Okay, you don't think that's well, I mean, if you're gonna go sociopath, the parents might not have that much control.
I think he's got some.
However, I'm still gonna say I think the dude has bad parenting. And I like Imperius.
Sure. I mean, he's almost 40 years old. His parents, I mean, the
Well, I
job
don't
that
want to
they've
get
done is
too
done.
deep in that.
So
I just want to say that bad parenting is an American problem. And if you want to just say the only bad parents in America are black people, then you are an anti-black black.
yeah, and that's not what I said. So, but that's fine. I'll still
You
be
know
an
what?
anti-black black.
No. I'm paraphrasing. I'm reading between the lines. I admit that.
Bad parenting is one of the biggest issues we have in the United States, period. We could do a lot better by our children overall, and we should do a lot better. And I don't think that we have a collective focus
Right.
on
And when
development of
America,
our children.
when white people, America in general, get a cold, in this case, it's bad parenting, black people catch the flu, which is worse? There are all kinds of things. Since you love statistics so much, the reason white people, their kids can, hey, trustafarianism, the wealth in America, can kind of pad what your kids, you can afford, the Betty Ford Clinic and all that stuff. It is very obvious why bad parenting in the white community has guardrails and padding and all that. The black community doesn't have the wealth. So, some of the bullshit you want to push, um, not all black people live in the hood. What happens in the hood should stay in the hood, but racists and the anti-black blacks want to make it they're basically saying we are our brother's keeper. It is really a problem. The biggest problem in the black community is crime, but I'm gonna say the anti-black blacks are a problem too. It's almost like a self-perpetuating thing.
Do you think that the anti-black blacks is? Do you think that it's an equal level of a
No,
problem?
I think they are a time bomb. I think they're raising kids. When we talk about bad parenting, that shit leaks. That there is no way you can be anti-black to the degree that I hear sometimes on the John Galt Urban Landlord Network. It's going to leak to your kids and they're going to be anti-black. It is a perpetual cycle. If you live in the hood and you don't leave the hood and you want to fucking pretend that it's a good place, your kids are going to be raised in the hood. How can you fucking talk about a culture that is so toxic, but you stay there and raise your kids there? Fucking make that make sense.
I don't think that makes any sense.
Okay, well, you didn't do it, but I know
Sure
someone
didn't.
who has.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't. I wouldn't want to
I
subject my
said
kids.
you didn't do it.
Yeah, I heard
You're
what you said.
someone
I'm
who
just
has.
speaking towards my experience. I mean,
Okay,
whoever you're
dude,
speaking of is not
it's
here. I'm
anti.
just on my own.
When I say anti-black is perpetual, I want my kids to know I'm a hood nigga too. That shit is toxic. It is so weird that I hear people talk about how toxic black culture is while they perpetuate it.
I mean, yeah, that's their choice. I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh,
I'm not,
that's their choice.
yeah,
That's their choice. It's their choice to seem like a simpleton.
yeah, that's what they want to do. I don't
Yeah,
agree with it.
motherfucker.
But that's
And you know
theirs.
what I want to do? I want to trash them while they do it and laugh and have a good time while I do it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you enjoy that. That's what you want to do. You
Oh,
know,
I have a ball. And all I have to say is you're one step ahead of that, but this bullshit you want to perpetuate about, what happens in the hood in Minneapolis being a 70% problem, you are literally taking a 70-year-old racist's point and glorifying it, and you know better.
yeah, I never brought up 70%. I don't use Be Brave.
Motherfucker, but to perpetuate it, you literally on your show said Be Brave has a point, did you
He
not?
does have a point, but
He
that's not
does not
the point.
have a point. The motherfucker doesn't. You know what? If he has a point, he backed into it accidentally. That
Oh hell,
that
a broken
motherfucker's
clock
great.
right twice a
That
day. It is what
motherfucker.
it is.
You know what? Here is what white supremacy got him. That motherfucker couldn't even stand up straight and walk into that outhouse. He'd have to duck into something that he built for 3 weeks. But yet, all I hear, and I don't want to pick on the little leprechaun, but motherfucker, y'all, Be Brave is not the problem. It's the black people like you and John
Mhm.
Galt who want to
We're the
pretend
problem.
he's motherfucker. I said you.
We're Robin
You,
Lululemon. Okay.
you and John Galt are peas in a pod.
Oh man.
You wanna? I literally. Hey, John, you literally are talking about beef. Well, Stanley,
You
you
brought
did.
me.
What
I never
Brave
brought me
did.
Brave up. You
Okay,
brought him up.
I'm talking to John Galt,
Oh,
motherfucker.
okay.
Keep
All
up.
right. Well, let me
Keep
shut up
up.
then.
Keep up, young man. You know what? I love it when John Galt says that. You know what, Stanley, you did more than what Be Brave did. I chuckle when you say that shit, John. You're still there, John.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you guys.
Oh, goody. You love you some Be Brave, don't you? You're his holy man, aren't you? Hey, you got your soundboard? Can you play that little clip where he says you're his holy man? I always get a thrill when you do that.
Like that.
I love it. And look, Lindy Lou is here for you. Ask Lindy Lou to come up. Yeah, motherfucker. Lindy Lou, I'm obsessed with Be Brave because how can someone be so horrible? And you bringing up Be Brave, how can you be so horrible?
I'm gone.
You are literally Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou.
John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, Lindy Lou, you are literally devolving.
That's gonna be my number.
And look it up. You'll figure out what the word means.
It'll be my
Man,
number.
I'm gone. John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Well, motherfucker, we're gonna hear everything on that soundboard, right?
I like it might be the new one. Anyway, carry on, guys. I was just joking.
Well, no, you got anything to add?
No, I was just listening to you guys.
Well, I mean, do you believe these numbers? Look at the screen. Apparently, Brandon Scott's got crime down in Baltimore.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Well, no, I mean, you know more about Baltimore than I do.
No,
and honestly, I'm not even, messing with you. What are your thoughts?
I think, Baltimore has a lot of problems, man. They, shit, crime down one day, up another one. They taking, little, a series of data, 3 days here, 4 days there. I mean, even they got rid of all their crime, they still got some serious problems. But good for them if it's working.
Would you trust a white mayor of Baltimore more than a black mayor?
I think at this point, man, it's all political. Hell, they've had white mayors and shit.
Yeah, you're doing that. You're doing that, Brandon. You're doing that universal Jones shuffle. Would you trust a white mayor more than a black mayor?
No, I mean, they had a white mayor 10, 15 years ago, recently.
Okay, the Brandon Jones shuffle.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you know what's interesting?
Yeah, motherfucker, I know it's fine.
It's kind of like he was like Rahm Emanuel in a sense that, he failed upwards. O'Malley, I think he became, some Democrat, something. I mean, no one's really had much luck there. But
Stanley, did you actually look at the report that this meme comes from?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you actually look at the report that they're grabbing these statistics from?
There's no actual like long-term data. It's all short-term stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put let me see. I'll put it in the back for you.
And crime is so broad. I wonder.
Yeah.
Different categories,
Ding, ding, ding. You got it, John. Cherry picked. The crime ain't changed.
Now, hold on one sec. I do have 3 local like TV reports. It's not just this. But again, even with the TV reports, the local news channel reports, it's very short term. Just it's just a blip. You have to, since you like data so much, Universal, the more data you have. But I'm curious. I was really just curious to see what you thought about it. I mean, that's a dramatic number.
Yeah, if that number is real.
Well, if it bears out, because it's not real.
Well, I mean,
You don't take down crime 62% unless it's over a month or two.
I mean, but
Even I know that.
But I mean, you're gonna have to keep it down, otherwise it's just a blip.
Well, no, it's not going to be 62.
I mean,
That ain't real.
You know,
However, I think they're just looking over a summer, maybe.
Maybe,
yeah. They're comparing last summer to this summer, is what they did. I put the link in the back chat for the summary of the crime report that they were referencing here.
Okay.
You know, honestly, I would love for them to be like, just be explicit, man. Like, if we could get the murders down to like 250, it's still kind of high.
No, John, I actually think he is being explicit about that.
Has he really? Okay, there you go. You know, I used to listen to WBAL all the time before we were streaming here.
Well, I got at least one BAL, not radio. I think it's they have a TV station.
Yeah, it's WBAL TV, WBAL radio. We should listen to it sometime, man. It's we should stream some of it. Yeah, it's
Well, what do you want to do with this, Universal?
Well, it's kind of hard to see on the screen. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see on the screen. But I did look this up when you brought this to my attention.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Oh, are you sharing? And I'm still sharing. And
ultimately, can you enlarge it? I think. Did I put it up there? No. You know what? You go ahead and take it back because I did the same thing you did.
Let's see.
I did the same thing you did. Let me enlarge it.
Yeah, if you can enlarge it on your end, that'd be good. I'm actually not logged in through the StreamYard where I can control things.
You need me to edge it back, Universal? I think
you can, or you can just, or whoever's sharing right now, whoever's got the screen shared, they can just zoom in on the PDF where it says 100%. Probably go to about 150.
All right, well, you do it.
All right, yeah. All right. So that's my screen there. Okay. So this is the summary from the Baltimore Police Department. It's just comparing pretty much June of 2024 to June of 2025, the crime statistics. Now, they're not breaking any of this down by race. All right. They're just overall numbers here. What crime should we focus on first, Stanley?
Well, I don't know. You are the anti-black violence.
You want to talk about rape, Stanley? What do you want?
No. Look, you're in control.
Because there's really not.
Let me do because I know John's gonna say something.
Well, he said
I'm just messing with you.
Well, there's really not a significant difference. I mean, sure.
Right, but let me tell you, and this is hope from the left. It is something. It's not nothing.
I think honestly,
you gotta start somewhere, Universal.
As you say that, Stanley, my thought was, I think the what is interesting about the left, the left that lives in the inner cities, right? It's typically where they have a strong voice. At some point, they're going to have to speak up. You know what I'm saying? Because they're getting driven into smaller and smaller corners, and this is not. It's significant off a high base. It is something off of a high base. And, I talked about it all the time, man, insurance rates, everything, schools, everything, all kind of flows from here.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting.
And that's the impact. Stanley, earlier you asked, what's the impact of these small majority of urban blacks that do this stuff? They drive businesses out. They drive insurance rates up.
Okay, and you know what? Whoa. Before you get up on your little horse.
Anti-black horse.
What is, motherfucker, you're an anti-black. So is John.
My horse is black.
But you seem to not understand what my point was.
What's your point?
Most black people don't live in
why does that point matter?
Okay,
help me understand why that's significant.
Because people like you and the other anti-black blacks cannot be specific when you make these criticisms. That is the point. Okay, when you talk about a black problem, say a motherfucking urban black problem. That is my point. You are not smart enough, and I think it's intentional. You just want to go, it's a black problem because all the imperialists of the world are going to give you money. That's my point. Be more motherfucking specific is my point. If you want to make a criticism, be all scientific method about it.
Can you look at an urban black?
Motherfucker, don't you interrupt me. What I want you to do is be specific, John Galt. Don't just say the blacks. Motherfucking say which blacks. And if you cannot fucking figure that out, you confirm the fuzzy dice between your ears that I think you are.
I don't know. I can't distinguish.
I don't care about I need you to understand my point. I need you to understand my point. Y'all sound motherfucking ignorant and like you can't understand what numbers mean.
So it's the urban blacks.
Yeah.
Dude, are urban blacks like rural blacks, motherfucker? Is everyone supposed to be like John Galt?
I'm willing to
stop babbling. This question is to Mr. John Galt. Motherfucker, no one's like you. If you choose to be an urban landlord, that's not my problem. If people are shooting in your fucking backyard or your lane, that's a you problem, not a black problem. Motherfucker, you disagree?
No, I didn't disagree.
It is a you problem. It is an urban landlord problem. It is a fucking Southeast DC problem. It's not Stanley down in motherfucking small town Georgia problem. Now, is it?
Nope.
Okay, then stop looping all the black people in America into your motherfucking toxicity. Motherfucker, and you too, Universal Jones, you actually kind of disappointed me. Motherfucker, you actually do not understand what numbers mean.
The Southern blacks ought to paint their lips white or something.
Oh, the Southern blacks, motherfucker, accept my point.
Hey, you symbol, nigga.
The Southern blacks have no.
I gotta be able to identify these
niggas. The Southern blacks don't give a fuck about you, John Galt.
Casey, you want to rent an Airbnb?
Stop looping us into your personal toxicity.
Okay, so you're a Southern black too. You said okay.
No, motherfucker. Am I in the South?
So you're Southern black.
Motherfucker, you gave up your Southern roots.
And when you were up here,
you're a Northern boy now.
Weren't you in the North? You were in the North.
Doing all that motherfucker.
You in the North.
I go to DC to New York. I will do nothing in New York but sit around.
Did you when you were living in the North in Rhode Island?
Oh, don't ask me about me. We're talking about you, motherfucker.
I'm saying you're a Southern black, correct?
This is John Galt.
You're a Southern black, correct?
I never talk about black people being like me, but you talk about black people being like you. Motherfucker, dude, I don't make mistakes like Johnny Boy. That shit was obvious.
Are you a Southern black?
No, motherfucker, I'm a smart black. What are you? What the fuck are you? I'm a black motherfucker who can read a book. What about you? I'm a black motherfucker who doesn't need pot and cheap beer to be amusing. What about you?
Gotcha.
Yeah, motherfucker, you heard me.
What's so interesting about you?
You know what? I don't give a fuck if anyone does. I interest me.
Okay. What about you is interesting?
I interest me. Stop asking me stupid questions.
You say you're interesting.
I don't expect you to be interested, motherfucker. Why would I?
I just I didn't say you expect me to be interested.
Oh, well, you keep asking me stupid questions. I'm gonna tell you. I don't care if I'm interested in me.
I'm about to find my camera. I was all packed up here.
You better find it. I better care. Right?
Where's my camera here? I was all packed up, ready to go.
And you know what? This little Lulu, I'm gonna start calling her Skip to Malou.
Where's my camera here?
Dude, you still looking for that camera? I bet it's in your refrigerator, right next to that case of beer.
I got so many fucking cameras in here. So many cameras.
No doubt you do, motherfucker.
So many fucking.
Give us a soundboard sound for your camera. I am a holy man. You're a holy man. And your camera's holy camera too.
I'm like, cameras in. All these fucking cameras in here.
So anyway, while this motherfucker fumbles around looking for a camera, what you got to say, Universal?
Ultimately,
I'm gone. John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
God damn, John, you do you record every compliment?
That's what my kids right there, Stanley. My kids would be listening to that shit. They're like, my daddy was that nigga.
You know what? You know what? If you have to put what your kids are gonna hear on a soundboard, do you want to hear what I have to say about you putting it on a soundboard? Dude, where are you in relation to your kids?
I don't even have to clip.
Okay, motherfucker. No, let's not skip to the Lindy Lou on this. Are your kids in the house with you?
My kids in one of my houses.
Motherfucker, that's a yes no.
My father is many houses.
Dude, this is part of.
You ever heard that
Bible? The black community while being part of the problem.
What's that?
Really?
What's that Bible verse? Is that what that Bible verse? What's the Bible verse?
Motherfucker, when's the last time your kid seen you, John?
In many houses.
Motherfucker, you can skip to Lindy Lou all you want. You want me to drop the link so she can come up and succour you? Motherfucker, don't you ever tell me about the problems in the black community while you're being one of them.
Stanley, you live a whole life.
Motherfucker, don't Stanley me. You know where we stand. Motherfucker, I'm not part of the black community's problem.
No one.
You live in the hood and you are perpetuating the problem.
Stanley, you know.
Don't Stanley me.
I got you.
Don't fucking be all kind now, motherfucker.
Listen,
motherfucker, when is the last time you saw your kids?
I love it. I'm gonna hear it again.
Yeah, you better love it. You love it, don't you?
You call me back, man.
Yeah, motherfucker. I will fucking call your dumb ass out as I see it. Don't be part of the problem.
John just saved my life. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Man, Stanley, you'll live.
Yeah, motherfucker. That's
ain't nobody gonna ever say anything about you like that. You can live 2 lifetimes. Nobody will say
you are saving soundboard bullshit for your kids to hear.
That you're a brother, you call me back.
Yes, that's right.
That's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men, because these motherfuckers, here's what these holy men do. They give it to black folks.
Bottom feeding white man confirms that. Dude, do you know how sad this sounds?
That shit sounds wonderful to me. That shit sounds wonderful like a motherfucker.
Don't trip, John. Did you find your camera?
Hey, man, I'm hooking one up. I got a fancy ass camera I'm about to hook up in this motherfucker. I feel like
I'm gonna take all kinds of pictures of my kids.
My fancy ass camera. I got a fancy camera. I never use it in this motherfucker. I'm gonna use it tonight. I got all my shit packed up.
Motherfucker, don't ever come to this panel and tell me I don't know what's going on, motherfucker. You and I'm not going to even bring in Universal because we have further conversations. John, you need to reassess your understanding of the black community. And
Stanley.
no, motherfucker, don't you tell me I'm in mid sentence. Don't disturb me.
Nigga, you get somebody
Don't disturb me, dude. I saw Wale. I saw Wale take you apart.
Nigga, I'm glad.
You know what? I felt bad for you.
Call me back, man.
Yeah, I did.
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me, give you credit for being one of the
I had
holy
Wale
men,
on this motherfucker. I went through so many
holy
goddamn.
men do.
I went through so many goddamn
They
clips.
give it to black culture like
Wale had to shut the fuck up.
Can we motherfucking tell the clips? You sound like B Brave. Which is it?
Nigga, I've been bringing that dope all day.
Nigga, is that all you can do, motherfucker? Is that all you can do, motherfucker? Say the nigga word? That is your best defense. Call someone a nigga while being a nigga. All right. Well, what you got, Universal?
You know, Stanley, I think you really ought to, you really be fucking with the wrong one. Be fucking with me, because
you know what?
I'm probably the wrong one.
I think I'm fucking with the right one.
I'm probably the wrong one.
No, motherfucker, it's the right one. I am fucking with the right nigga. You are that nigga, John Galt. I'm fucking with the right nigga.
You'll live 3 lifetimes. No one will ever say that about you.
Motherfucker, you know what? There's not a goddamn thing you can do about what I say now, is there?
And then if you live one more lifetime, you still never get this.
Motherfucker, who's caring about you?
You're
talking all that Egyptian shit, motherfucker. There is no reincarnation.
Let's be honest now, damn it. Let's be honest. Let's fucking be honest. If we're gonna do it, let's be honest.
Okay, you want me to be honest, Sean? You want me to be honest? Are you asking for me to be honest? John, I heard you ask me.
Load your soundboard up.
Motherfucker, you don't want me to be honest. That's your problem.
Bro, load your soundboard up. I'll allow you to come up here and be honest.
You allow me. Hey, you know what?
Look
at it. Here's where we're gonna go.
I don't tell you what to talk about. I don't sit here and say, hey, Stan, I don't talk about that. You can talk about whatever you want to. Load your soundboard up and play whatever clips you got.
Motherfucker, my soundboard is between my ears.
That you're a brother, you call me back.
Man. And my soundboard travels all over the world. Niggas that stayed in my house.
Have fun, motherfucker. Play it from Timbuktu.
You're a brother, you call me back, man.
And in between my ears is shit like this real dope.
No, motherfucker, between your ears is real dope. That's your problem, motherfucker. I don't have
my life, nigga. I don't have jump off a bridge.
My ears,
that nigga about to jump off a bridge.
I don't have dope between my ears.
You can live 3 years, 3 lifetimes, nigga. Nobody will ever say that. You do understand it. You understand it. You can live 3 lifetimes. Your grandson would never hear anybody say that about you.
I didn't use dope.
I know you understand.
I don't use dope, motherfucker. I don't use dope.
I think we've all made it clear here.
I think I have made it clear to you that you don't motherfucking cut the mustard, son. You don't cut the mustard. Stop trying to keep up.
And when they ask you about this, why are you in the hood, nigga? They say,
stop trying to keep up.
I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
Ooh, that was a good one. Yeah.
Well, let's see what's going on in the chat. Lindy Lou loves you, John. Lindy Lou, I think John needs you to be a cheerleader. Let's see here. Let me drop the link. You want to call Lindy Lou up, John? You think she'll come up if you ask her to? John, you still there?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm looking for my fucking camera here.
Still?
Shit. Fuck the camera.
All right. Well,
like,
anything else, Universal?
I don't feel like hooking this fucking fancy camera out.
Nah, I ain't got much else. I stayed a little longer than I expected. I'm gonna hop off here in a few minutes.
Oh, you better hear that, Universal.
No doubt you will jump off.
I'm not running.
Oh, wait, hold it. I didn't use the R word.
Universe, I saw some Somalis running wild out there in Minnesota.
Oh yeah. They pretty much had their own Independence Day.
Oh yeah, niggas got it going on out there. Damn, it's crazy. Damn.
Well, let's see. One anti-black is looking for a camera, and the other anti-black is looking for something to say.
I quit looking.
Interesting.
I quit looking for that motherfucker. I got so much shit hooked up.
So, Stanley, how would you classify yourself? Are you a pro-black? Are you a non-anti-black? What is the terminology for where you are, who you are?
I'm Stanley Cross. No, dude, I'm dead serious.
Interesting.
I mean, if you want to talk politics, I'm pretty much center left. But, dude, there are fools to the right of me. What's that? What is it? I can't even remember the song. It's the 70s. Fool to the right of me, clowns to the left of me, back in the middle again. Dude, most people, and this is part of my parenting argument. Kids aren't told they need to read books anymore. And I'm gonna be honest. I mean, Lindy Lou, for instance, is roughly my age. Obviously, we had different upbringing. Lindy Lou is literally like, you remember back in the day, back in the old days, you would connect a hose to like a sprinkler.
I forget that, guys.
That is Lindy Lou. You put her in the middle of a lawn and she's just going to spray water everywhere. She will cover everybody with something. So, did I answer your question, Universal?
You did answer it. I'm still not clear if you have a title.
Oh,
outside.
motherfucker, you don't have to be clear. Look, my parent, let's put it in a way maybe you can understand it. And I didn't even know at the time. And my father's still alive, by the way, and in good shape. My parents raised me to be confident.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to think. And you know what? You don't do this without good parenting. And I told you, maybe not you specifically, but I don't know, someone when my son was 4, or at a family reunion, my wife's family used to do every year. My grandmother-in-law died at 97, but when I met them, she was 89 or so. So every year, same place. So someone asked my son who he was. It was some joke, and and you know what? My son was so sincere at that time. I'm Trevor Cross. There was no doubt in his mind. Some play on words or something. Nope. In the end, I am who I am. And you know what? When he said that unprompted, that's probably the proudest moment. The motherfucker knows who he is. At 4 or 5, you don't know what you can do. But I know the motherfucker. My son is capable. And I raised him to be that way. So fuck the ghetto bullshit. Fuck it all. I am Stanley Cross. My son is who he is. And you know what? My parents raised me to be who I am. My son was raised to be who he is because he's confident. Fuck it. You know, all the bullshit about, ooh, you didn't grow up in the ghetto and all that bullshit, you not down. You'll be brave. And this actually, and Lindy Lou's kind of right because it galls me to be compared to that fucking motherfucker can't even pour concrete. He has to buy bricks or whatever the fuck it was for him to build that outhouse on. You know, grass grows up between those bricks, by the way. I am who I am. My son is who he is. And that's the best thing a black man can be. Never doubt who the fuck you are. So, that's my response. And it was way too long.
Got it. Understood.
You are the mental health professional. Am I megalomaniacal or? See,
no. You're
right.
definitely the dark triad for sure. You display all elements of all three of those.
Well, motherfucker, for better or for worse, I'm 60. I know who the fuck I am. I come from a solid family. My son comes from a solid family. We are who we are.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, if there's anything I can ever do to help, but you know what? I told you about the buddy of mine who's from the ghetto in Richmond.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I might cause more problems than I help. And you know what? When you, Universal, say, hey, Stanley, I need you to do a specific thing, don't think I won't. When John Galt goes, oh, hey, you know what? This is something you're good at. You know, I need you to do this. Don't think I won't. But I'm not going to motherfucking go into a place I don't understand and make the problem worse.
Understood. I don't think that there is any definite solution. I think the best thing we can do is take care of your own family, the folks you have immediate reach around, and model specific behaviors. And then when people do come to you for help, if you can show them know-how.
Well, you and I agree on that. Huddle in place.
That's the best thing.
Yep.
I mean, because ultimately, I think you're going up against culture, and I don't think any one person can change that.
Well, when you say culture, which culture? And I'm, you know, we should do a series of shows. I don't, you know, I'm not going to fuss too much tonight, but when you say culture, to me, that's rather general. You know, Black culture didn't hatch, you know, from the brain.
Oh, I know. It didn't happen overnight either. It took time to get where we are. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have some ideas and some research that lead me to where I'm, you know, where I am today and how we got here.
That's what we need to talk about.
Well, it's not easy to talk about when you cut me off every 5 minutes.
Well, motherfucker, you know what? It should just be me and you.
I mean, I trust me. I have got to this space of not hopelessness, but just understanding that we're not going to be able to change.
Have you gone all? You're not an Afro pessimist yet, are you?
No, I'm not quite there. Not quite there yet. We have to still talk about that too. I need to go back and rewatch some of those videos. I'm not quite there.
We'll have to start from scratch.
Yeah, because even those folks, you know, they have ideas on how we can move forward, but I don't even think that's going to work. I think we're so far down this toxic rabbit hole collectively, and I say that not saying that all Blacks perpetrate the same behavior, but I do think that most Blacks support it. And that's
And
part
I
of the
think
problem.
you're absolutely wrong.
And I understand that, and that's
I
fine.
don't do that 70% buying in. Look, Be Brave he has some good instincts. He is a jolly little elf. The motherfucker does not know anything. Everything Be Brave knows is from YouTube videos.
Be Brave cannot exist, and I still
Okay,
have the
dude,
same thought.
but the problem
To
isn't
me, it has nothing to do with Be
Be
Brave.
Brave is not alone. Dude, there's Orthodox guy.
Honestly, Stanley, my perspective of this has nothing to do with any of these white YouTubers or white people at all.
Well, you know what? Actually, Universal, you might have a point. And I think what surprises me is how stupid some of these motherfuckers are. I mean, literally, and I'm not even being hyperbolic. They literally don't know anything. They just make the shit up, or some YouTube video they take is like, definitional. At least and this is a compliment. At least you know shit. Um, I could name names. Garion is a fucking young moron. It's like this motherfucker.
Leave Gary alone. That's my buddy.
Well, you know what? He'll be okay if I say it. Well, let me ask you a question. You don't think I'd say it to his face?
No, I know you will.
No,
I know you.
I hope. I hope I'm helping. No, but no. And let me just make it quick because I know I'm taking up too much time. Orthodox, Denizen, Powdered, Dusty, all these motherfuckers, Snowman, fucking Monkey Mayo, these motherfuckers are morons. They're not even smart white people.
Why do they bother you so much, Stanley?
Because they are a symptom of why America's crashing. But wait, you don't know that Mayo Monkey is literally at the controls of crashing the American project? We got too many Mayo monkeys. Okay, you don't think I'm right?
I don't know. I don't know if you're right or wrong.
Okay, well,
I don't focus my attention on the white YouTube
all I'm
panelists.
saying, see, you are rather neutral when it comes to the Mayo monkeys, but you are rather sure about Tyrone in the Hood. Universal, you're a fucking anti-black. No, and I'm not even being okay. You don't know about a motherfucking moron like Denizen or Orthodox. These motherfuckers are half-wits.
But I don't see them.
You don't see
tearing up
your problem.
Airbnbs, shooting up graduation.
Who gives a shit about Airbnb?
I don't see any of that. I don't see them running businesses out of their local downtown.
You cannot look, and I'm not going to fuss back and forth, but if you don't see, I can't help you. Orthodox is a motherfucking moron trying to sound smart. Be Brave is this motherfucker spent 3 weeks on an outhouse-sized building. I heard about what he was doing. Okay, you didn't see? He took pictures. He was so.
No, I seen his photos of
it. You spent 3 weeks building that? It's not even a concrete pad, motherfucker. It's dude. So I
have a question for you.
I am simply not gonna look at Be Brave as some like paragon of white culture or Western civilization. The motherfucker is literally laughable. Don't tell me about the. I don't even think Be Brave could walk standing up into that building.
Mhm. Who do you think is more of the problem, the anti-blacks or these white panelists? These
The anti-blacks, the anti-black blacks. I've
yes,
said this several times. The internal rot is more white racists. We know about them. They're in the history books. It's the John Galts that are the problem. It's internal rot. And they don't know shit. John Galt doesn't know shit. And look at him. You see him? Well, you know what? Let's put him on the big screen.
he's obviously having a phone conversation or something.
I don't give a fuck. I said what I said.
The hell?
The anti-black blacks, the blacks, the internal rot, it is literally like an implosion. John Galt is a bigger problem than Be Brave. And I'll say it to his face. I've told him. Lindy Lou will deliver my motherfucking cold food and knock on my door and leave it on the porch. She's not the problem. She's not a genius. John Galt is smart.
I have another question for you, Stanley.
Oh, whoa. I need you to understand. Do you understand why I say this?
I understand why I don't agree with it. But I
No.
understand why.
Okay, well, you don't have to agree. If you are black and you're from within the culture, John Galt is from Alabama. Okay, this motherfucker is steeped in the same black culture that I am. I might be a little cityfied. He has a master's degree. I don't have a master's degree. The motherfucker's educated and he actually thinks black culture resides next door in his buildings. John Galt grew up in the hood. I did not. John Galt thinks black culture is hood culture. That's why it's an implosion. And then little motherfuckers like a Nate, for instance, this Ock Nation motherfucker, it's a virus. These motherfuckers are morons. Ock Nation is a cancer.
Wow.
Oh, did I stutter? You don't think he is?
No.
Well, I do. I think that motherfucker has never. I've been in his chat trolling. When's the last, dude? I will literally talk about black people doing something positive. This motherfucker fucking, he's got an internet version of a police scanner. This motherfucker wants every day, all day, want to hear about Chicago and black people killing black people. Most black people do not live in the hood. And I don't give a fuck what happens in Chicago because I don't live in Chicago. We can't all care about people we never knew, have no relationship to. And I'm sorry if it sounds callous, but I think people like you and John Galt are the problem.
Most black people don't think like me and John Galt.
You're in. I will finish what I'm going to say. While you're trying to solve the problem, you are the problem. Mela, part of the problem. No, seriously, Mela's part of the problem.
Oh man.
Motherfucker, you half-use words, don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and then you want to come up and be all mad when I tell you you can't actually make sense. Get all pissed off.
Are you referring to me or Mela right now?
You know what? What's the difference? That's a joke. That's a joke. That is a joke, Universal. You know what the fuck you're doing. That's why it's so upsetting.
Oh man. I don't know, Stanley. I mean, I think there's some, like many. I guess this was a debate. I felt like it wasn't, but like many conversations, there's gonna be places where we land in the same spot, and there's gonna be places where we differ, and that's fine. That's how you learn. I think that's discourse. Um, I definitely do not agree that I'm part of the problem. I'll speak for myself. And if you use the same train of logic, majority of us who are part of the problem, us anti-blacks, we are not the majority of the people.
You know what?
So
Bingo, you're not the majority. That's what's so upsetting. Motherfucker, most people aren't John Galt. Most people aren't you. Most black people don't live in the hood. You are from the hood apparently, and John
Yeah.
Galt is fucking keying like a motherfucking girl, probably talking to his la. However, motherfucker, and this is I'm gonna get up on my moral high horse. This motherfucker doesn't live with his kids.
Oh boy. Can you drop the link?
Motherfucker, I said it. Okay, and that y'all want to fucking worship a motherfucker who is part of the problem is hilarious.
Can you drop the link for speak?
Okay, motherfuckers, y'all will sit here. The motherfucker, dude, it is disgusting for I'm all goddamn black motherfucker. I took care of my son when, everyone was like, well, no, don't do it. It is disgusting to hear a black father who's fucking skipping out when I went all the motherfucking in. And yep, only one kid. But you know what? I also was very responsible. The one kid I did get, where is he? Motherfucker, y'all don't understand what I did. Y'all want to denigrate it, and not you specifically, Universal, but motherfucker, I literally told my son, if you want to go there, motherfucker, you better earn it. But y'all want to think I'm all dilettante and all that shit. I told my son to goddamn earn it.
I don't think anyone did it. I don't think anyone.
Okay, motherfucker, fuck your failure of an ass. I earned it. My son earned it. I told him how to. I helped him do it. I don't want to hear the failure of a black man who doesn't live with his kids.
Oh, you still talking about me, Stanley?
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Hey, you know that.
Where are your kids?
You know, Chris.
You and HB. Okay, bitch, you fucked up when you fucked with me. I will fuck with you every time I don't see a baby in your lap. Yeah, motherfucker. No, don't Stanley me, motherfucker. Don't. We had this conversation, and I need motherfucker all that fake bullshit, all that bumpkin Uncle Remus bullshit does not work with me. What I need you to know is do not bring up my son. You've done it one too many times, and I'm still pissed off about you and HB. Motherfucker, y'all are both failures. So who do I need to drop the link for, They're universal.
I think they Speak was gonna. I think Speak was asking. Yeah, Speak was asking for it, but I think it's been dropped.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's coming up.
Yeah,
or not.
motherfucker. John,
yeah.
I think we have come to an understanding. There's a difference between a software developer and a software engineer.
The terms are interchangeable.
Yeah, motherfucker. Of course, you know the other interchangeable term is software developer and data entry.
Say what you like.
Dude, I
Bro,
actually have
bro,
done. No, motherfucker. See,
bro.
what you don't see, this is what you're gonna have to understand.
Your breath
You
criticizing
are,
me, bro.
motherfucker. My brother, bitch, is your age. You know, you tell me, what was your first job in high school, John?
My first job, I told you.
Motherfucker, I don't care what you told me. Tell the audience.
I tell you again.
Motherfucker, I didn't remember because it was just some breaking alarm.
Whenever you ready.
Motherfucker, I'll never be ready for your stupidity.
Nigga, I worked 2 jobs in high school.
Nigga, I don't care. Nigga, you met a nigga that doesn't give a fuck. You should have worked 3, bitch.
I'll try. If I had
Yeah,
time.
motherfucker, I'm not talking about now.
You know what
the reason I even motherfucking bring it up, you want to talk about no, see, you dumb son of a bitch. You want to talk, motherfucker. You want to talk. You want to talk Commodores and how great you are, motherfucker. My brother is your age. You know what his first? You know what my brother's first job was?
I had to order me some tequila.
Okay, I haven't been able to tell you this, Sean. My brother's first job was building computers. And you want to know who got him that job? My father.
You know my first job was?
But no, motherfucker. You will listen to your failure of an asshole.
I'm about to show you how much of a failure.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. My brother was like making $20,000. Now this is back in the like fucking I don't know, early 90s. The dude started building computers. Then he started doing websites for fucking corporations. This motherfucker was like 15, 16 years old. Okay, don't tell me about what black people can do with computers. This motherfucker was a developer at 16. And you know what? He still does computers. The motherfucker does well. So he is smarter than Philippe. Philippe is a motherfucking failure who can't get a wife. And you telling me about Commodores? Motherfucker, I bought 2 Commodores with my own lawnmower money. You are normal. You aren't an exception, is my point. Motherfucker, I had my brother. Yeah, smile, motherfucker. Now you know you aren't exceptional. So, Speak Radio.
What's going on, Stanley? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I'm on a fucking jack. These motherfucking anti-black blacks are just annoying. This motherfucker wants to talk about, did a whole motherfucking show about his Commodore computer. Motherfucker, I still have my Commodore computer. They still motherfucking work. I trained my brother. Fucking, we used to play Castle Wolfenstein on my. The motherfucker was making like a lot of. Dude didn't rake lawns, and I have a problem with that. The motherfucker's first job in high school At 14 was motherfucking fixing computers, and then they figured out he could design websites. This motherfucker was literally designing websites for corporations at 16. So this little Alabama Bama bullshit, like, motherfucker, good for you. There are black people who did it better, son. And this is for John Galt. Motherfucker, you ain't an exception. You are an exception now because you want to talk about shit you don't know. It is a problem. You are the fucking black hole that is pulling the whole black community into that little room you sit in day after day.
So let me ask you something, Stanley. Is this stream in response to a Universal show earlier?
It is.
Listen, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
Yeah, this dumb son of a bitch wants to play his soundboard.
Load yours up. What people gonna say?
You know what? Here is how it's gonna go. This motherfucker, he can't get live compliments. I just told him he's not exceptional. And
that was live. Nigga, that was live.
Smoke some
Nigga, that was live.
When he was live, that was live. Why aren't you in New York right now? Motherfucker, who told you you couldn't catch the train?
When he was live, that was live. When he was alive, that was live.
I thought you were going to New York a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm. When he was live, Stanley.
Where are you, motherfucker? You're not in New York.
Blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
You got to be 60. Nobody's gonna say that about you, my man. Nobody. Load your stream deck up. What you got?
Well,
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me,
yeah, look at this
being one of the holy men.
A bottom feeding white boy.
They give it to black folks. It needs to be given with both fucking barrels.
I could pull up that bitch taking a shower, and on it goes. I didn't live a whole life like this.
No motherfucker wants to be scraping up dead bodies.
I'm blessed.
Dude, that is your business. It is not something I would want my son to do.
Man, I'm gone. John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
I am that nigga. You live a whole life.
You will be that nigga. You will be that nigga till you die. I will be that nigga till I die.
You come back and live another whole life, and we would do a stream deck wars here. See what you got. My children's children. We hear that.
And listen, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
That ain't no motherfucking book there. That's real life. That's real life, my nigga.
That's your real life.
I wrote this book.
This is amazing. You think all niggas live like you, John Galt? Should they live like you, John Galt? This is motherfucking nigga heaven in that room.
Like, honestly, bro, what you don't understand here, bro. My children.
I don't have to understand. Stop telling me what I don't understand.
What my children can
I don't have to understand. Don't need to understand.
What my children can say right now.
What you need to do is live your life. Stop fucking acting like we give a fuck about you.
My father has many rooms.
I do not give a fuck.
My father has many rooms.
You are not that nigga. You are a soundboard.
Do you remember that verse from the Bible where it said, "My father has prepared a place. He has many rooms."
Oh, dude, you're really gonna bring the Bible?
Nigga, I said,
motherfucker, no love and Freezy know more about that shit than you do. I'm not gonna listen to you about the Bible.
Shit, they talking about what's in the book. I'm talking about what's
Motherfucker, what else? What is the Bible?
You know what my gonna say? My father had many rooms. My father had many rooms.
Motherfucker, who cares about your father? You got a good story?
Yeah. Oh.
Well, tell us the story, motherfucker, and stop talking about the book.
Man, I'm gone.
There's one story right there.
John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
We hear that.
You know what? I'm afraid you're gonna teach your children to pronounce children as children.
Oh man, that's funny, Stanley.
Tough guy, motherfucker. If you come up here, it's gonna be a short leash. And John, you get to decide. I'm not dealing with this motherfucker.
You gotta be talking about shit.
Your choice, John.
It's up to you, Stanley. You who run the show? You run the show. I just
You know what?
I've been working all day.
Okay, let me put it to you this way, John. Tough guy. You're up here by the grace of John. I'm gonna blame John. I'm gonna tell him when your ass gets tossed off, it's gonna be John's fault.
Why y'all niggas be scared of me, man?
Oh, wait. Motherfucker, we pity you.
You pity me.
Okay, see, dude, I've heard you on Mo Love Show. I've heard you on several shows. Dude, you perceive yourself.
Yeah, I'm crazy, nigga. You know that.
Is crazy a good crazy or bad crazy?
And what do you think? What am I, bad crazy or good crazy?
You don't ask me what I think because I will hurt your feelings.
What's up, Stan? What's up, my nigga? What's happening?
Motherfucker, you were just talking to me.
What's going on, John?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Well, let me tell you, Speak Radio.
Speak. I didn't know Speak was there. What's up, my nigga?
Okay. What's going on?
Speak Radio, you never come up on this, and I've been over talking. So please have your say.
Oh no, I mean I get where you're going with this, and the Johns and the Ock Nations and all these other crazy Negroes. Like they really don't have.
Ock Nation is a sleepy Negro.
Hey, y'all gonna stop calling me out with Ock Nation? I ain't gonna.
Why they scared of me? Speak. Why every time I come on the panel, they
don't get me put y'all niggas down. Y'all gotta do.
Please allow me to apologize.
Hold on. Like I ain't got nothing against Ock. Like you do.
Yeah, you do.
Like what I got against? I was watching him last night. Right? If I get
some troll.
No, I ain't trolling. Shit, I just watched him, listen to him. I ain't got nothing against him, but I don't do what he does. He does what he does very well. I can't do that shit night after night. That's just me. You know what I mean? Like I do other shit. Like I can't do what he does, right? And he don't do what I do. He like what I mean?
Now I'm curious.
Like,
what do you do that's different?
What?
What do you do?
I don't know. Or do you see when I get up here and when
I see you almost every time.
I don't think correct me if I'm wrong because I'm just judging myself.
You are Universal. Please let us and come back up. You can come back up here on your own. We need to make this a series, though. Universal. I am dead serious about that.
Universal left.
Good conversation.
No, he said he'd be back.
I don't do what Ock does. I don't do what CT does.
What does Ock do?
I mean, this is my opinion and I've only watched him, sparingly. So don't say, well, So when I watch Ock,
well, you were there last night, so sparingly.
So Ock covers the news, right? He goes.
That motherfucker.
He covers crime.
That motherfucker doesn't.
He covers crime.
Not cover the news. He covers. It's a true crime.
Okay.
Yeah. He does news.
You asked me what I thought. You asked me what I thought, right? And so
that is my bad.
he covers the news and comments on it. That's what he does.
The motherfucker
Crime news.
covers his news.
Okay. Whatever's in his algorithm, like that's what he does, right?
Whatever his algorithm
criticize
that sleepy
when I watch him, I'm like, oh, let me see what's going on all around the country. You know, bullshit crime. That's what I go to opt for.
Right.
That's
crime.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
All the news in the nation.
Let me finish my point, right? Then, because you asked me, right now, or someone said, "Hey, you know, whatever."
Okay.
I don't think
motherfucker is a ghoul, and
I'm not coming on. You focus on you focus on art, but you're not letting me answer the question. I'm not talking about art in that. I don't care what he does. I'm not coming on him.
You told me what.
I don't think what I do.
How are you different, John?
Because like I do street interviews, right? I don't know if Art does those. I've never seen him do that. I take phone calls online from tenants and stuff like that. That's very dynamic content. Art doesn't do that. That's not his business, so he wouldn't be doing it anyway. So my content is a little bit different than his. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other. I'm saying Art comes on every night, and you know what you're gonna get. It's a show. You know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, the motherfucker
coming in here,
moron who literally gets up there with white supremacists and agrees with.
You do a whole stream of criticizing. I'm just saying.
John,
but you come on when I come on. If I go live, I don't have a script per se. I'm not saying, well, I'm about to do the crime and comment on it. That's not what I do.
Tell me a positive thing that happened, John.
So you don't have no structure with your shit, John. That's what you're saying?
You may stand down, tough guy. Tell me something positive that has happened in the larger legacy Black community. And when I say legacy Black community, Black people in America that have deep roots. Tell me something positive that has happened last week.
Why can't this nigga go on mute, man? You know what the mute button is. Just go on mute.
My bad, man. Shit, this some good weed. You be smoking on that regular, nigga. I'm sorry.
Even when I'm coughing, nigga, you let me mute yourself.
Yeah, your weed ain't that good, nigga. That ain't my fault, nigga.
What's the technology? We gotta hear you cough.
Cause
one click, one button. That's all it takes. One click, one button. You ain't got to. Go ahead, you can bring it back, son. I ain't. Goddamn.
Okay, well, something.
We got fucking panel decorum here. Goddamn. Coughing and shit, just mute yourself.
No, that was me.
Goddamn. I ain't put you down, tough guy. They wanted me to put you down, but goddamn.
Y'all always put me in the back, nigga. I'm just tripping off that.
I didn't put you in the back.
Okay, let us, tough guy. The question to Mr. Gold. Excuse me.
What was the question? Yeah.
What's the question? Dude, I'm asking it not to you. Tell me something positive, John Galt, that has happened in the last week in the legacy Black community.
You know, now you know I don't follow the news like that. I don't follow
when you ask John that nigga ain't got nothing nice to say.
But I don't follow
about Black people.
Like I don't read the news. Shit.
How you gonna be a nigga and don't got nothing good
you don't read the news or follow the news, but what you do watch is all those fucking channels on Twitter that fucking just talk shit about Black people all fucking day.
And your ass is Black. That's a damn shame.
I can tell you what happened in my life. You ask me, what you do today? I can tell you what I did today, what I saw, sights and scenes, but I know
what you did today. You own a building and you have somebody come and rent the shit, nigga. We know what the fuck you do, nigga. That ain't hard. That ain't rocket science, nigga. Anybody that got a settlement can do what you do, nigga. You ain't doing nothing special.
Yeah. Someone that look. Yeah. Just see that.
So shut your ass up, man. You be getting on my nerves with that shit, nigga. You got lucky. You own a building, so that's great. But nigga, that shit can get pulled from under your ass.
Okay,
so be lucky.
Tough
be
guy.
happy.
Tough guy. You might want to stand down.
No, I gotta stand down. No, John be pissing me off with that
I
shit. Cause
told
his
you
ass
to
is
stand
black.
down.
He's
This
still a
is
nigga.
not T show, motherfucker. These
But
are
he's still a
all-
nigga.
Okay, bitch. This isn't a woman's show. Every motherfucker up here is a man. And if you can't shut your dumb ass up, then you go to the back. This isn't T putting you back. This is Stanley Cross doing it. Heel, bitch. And stop acting like that. I'm annoyed, motherfucker.
Come on. Hey.
And no, what you're gonna do is when you oh, they put me in the back because they can't handle me. Motherfucker, I can handle you. That's why your goddamn ass is in the back. Come up and shut the fuck up.
You're an asshole, Stanley.
John, I had a specific question for you. And,
That's bullshit. Why you gonna put me in the back? That's not fair.
Okay,
You cheating.
motherfucker, your ass is going back in the back again. Why can't you just come up to the panel and shut the fuck up? This is for Mo, bitch.
Hey, you know,
why you be cheating like that? Why you cheating?
Hold on, tell guys. You know, one thing I do want to say here, and sometimes I kind of overlook it myself, you know, because I'm battle scar here. But you know, today I was cleaning out a room, and I just happened to look up. Wasn't even fucking paying attention. You know, TV was gone.
Somebody stole your TV.
Somebody stole it. Did. The motherfucker stole
well,
the
lucky man, they only $200 nowadays, but still, that's fucked up.
I don't give a fuck what the TV costs.
Okay, tough guy, if I hear your voice in the next goddamn 10 minutes, you're out.
But you know, the bigger point that I want to make about this is like, there's some you just can't like get too emotionally caught up in this shit. It's all personal possessions, clearly. I buy fucking TVs off Facebook Marketplace for under $100, $200, under $200.
Yeah, they like $150.
I mean, I buy them used, right? Now, you know, someone could have got really pissed off about that shit. Like, hey, motherfucker stole my TV, motherfucker stole my comforter.
Yeah, I would be mad, nigga. I ain't gonna hold you. Somebody stole my shit. I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't care if it's a quarter.
Understandable. It's understandable. I was up here the other day, Johnny Boy got my fucking bike stolen. But it's costly doing business sometimes, man. I bought 2 bikes. Y'all heard me. I bought 2 bikes. Say what?
It's a joke. Bad joke.
But you know, I was on B Brave stream and I was buying another bike. Shit, I bought 2 bikes. You know, in case of niggas break through the
Was B Brave impressed when you bought another?
But no, you know, I just happened to be unmuted, but our camera was off, and I was, you know, bought another bike from a guy, and the initial bike I had caught a damn flat. So he was telling me which is also interesting. I'll tell you guys this. You guys heard the Australian tenant of mine?
Oh, I don't give a fuck about all that.
I know. I'm telling you
tenants.
I understand. But
my question to you, nope, don't care about your Australian tenant.
No, it ain't about the tenant. I'm about to tell you a story about a bike mechanic. You know, and there's some other things too. So, anyways, I told you a story a while back about my tenant, bike mechanic, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
he wanted to go to his mother's funeral during COVID, couldn't go because of the restrictions.
Yeah, you have told that story. Why do you need to retell it?
So anyway, so he was I
caught
a flat on one of my bikes, and so
you are Tough Guy Jr.
So I said, hey man, you know, luckily he is my tenant. Right? Luckily he is my tenant. So I said, yeah, man.
Fuck all your tenants. Who cares?
And so I said, man, I need the best tires you can get on this bike.
Jesus goddamn Christ.
John, respectfully. John,
who cares?
John, respectfully, what the fuck does this story got to do with anything?
John is high and drunk. Y'all know that.
Yeah, he acts like the niggas I see at the fucking corner store at the little Habibi.
He act like the same niggas he talk about.
Exactly.
Like yo drunk and high ass talk about niggas and your ass a nigga too.
If you let me finish, because you didn't let me finish.
All right.
Okay, finish.
As I was saying to you, I call it flat. And then my tenant, who just happened to be a bike mechanic, you've heard him on the stream. He said, "Man, no problem."
That nigga John sound like a drunk.
Well, yeah, I put the
That's
best tires you can find. And so I said, "Well, what kind of tires?" And apparently, there's some German tires called Continental that he's gonna put on my bike. So if you're looking for the tires and you're looking for the best of the best, Continental, I guess, are the best tires.
Yeah, well, Continental, they put those on high end vehicles, but they're shit as far as tread wise.
Mm.
The tread typically don't last long.
Mm.
Just FYI.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I had never heard of it before, but he said a lot of extreme racers and shit like that use the bike, so it may be true. As you said. But again, the bigger overarching point I was trying to make to this is that, and I know I probably won't be able to get it out, but I'm going to try my best. Is I talk all the time about the landlords have a lot of power here, and again, that man's landlord, he's a white guy. He said, "Mr. Jungle, I'll fix it for you, no problem, right? You just buy the tires and I'll do it, no problem. Tune your bike up and everything." Life of a
Have you ever thought about running for president?
Hell no. Man, they put me in
Oh,
prison.
I don't know. You seem mighty
They put
Trump.
me in prison, bro. I ain't going to prison or jail like Trump.
Speak Radio, what is on your mind?
John, do you roll your joints or do you buy
why
pre-rolls?
when I say Speak Radio, do you feel the need to talk?
I was
Speak
talking to
Radio,
John.
what's on your mind?
No, I just want to come up here and shoot the shit with you. You've been trying to get me up on with you a couple of times, and I know y'all.
You know what?
would.
And it is an honor, quite frankly.
Oh, I'm nobody,
That's
man.
my nigga.
You come up here.
Yeah, everybody's
You
your
boy, man.
nigga when you talk too much.
People don't come on whenever.
Let Speak
People don't come
Radio
on whenever.
being Speak Radio. This motherfucker's a sage.
What you mean I don't come up when you come up, John? What you think I'm scared of you or something?
You probably just prefer Stanley's panel. You probably think I'm a little too rough. Too rough.
No, usually you and Stanley are going back and forth, so I just let y'all cook each other.
Well, look, you know what? John and I, we just do what we do. What I'm trying to say, motherfucker, is you never come up. Look, you're here. Speak your wisdom, and if you don't want to, and I'm dead serious, dude. You don't go up on panels that much. So
I got a question for you whenever you're done talking, Speak.
yeah, whenever I'm just going, hey, Speak. Good to see you.
Yeah, whenever he's done, you can give him the floor.
No, I'm done.
I got a question for him whenever he's done.
Well, what's up, John? What you want to know?
Man, you're in Texas, right?
I am.
Yo, man, I wanted you to keep us informed on this Carmelo Anthony case.
Oh, motherfucker, there are plugs there. Who gives a fuck?
Didn't that nigga get sentenced? He got like 15 years or something, didn't he?
Okay, no. All y'all motherfuckers are going down. Who gives a fuck about Carmelo Anthony? Have you seen the weather?
Yeah, it's down in the Kerrville.
What the motherfucker are these idiots talking about? Dude,
Is the weather bad in Texas? I don't know.
Dying in Texas from flash floods, and all you give a fuck about is
I didn't
Carmelo.
know. I didn't know you weren't talking about it. So I didn't know. Shit, I don't follow news.
Well, motherfucker, don't you have a newspaper? You got the internet.
Man, I've been working all day.
Motherfucker, you got a phone, right?
Man, a fucking battery died. I've been working, man. I ain't had no time to get
You
no
know what? This is nigga
I ain't
rating
no time.
logic. This is
Nigga, why you so trigger
rating
happy with putting me in the
logic.
back? Why you do that shit?
Oh,
Stanley?
dude, you're about to be gone.
Oh, don't do him like that, Stanley. Let
That
him
nigga's
a
an
little bit.
asshole, man.
I'm not in the mood.
You drunk, ain't you, Stanley?
You're goddamn right, and that's
I knew it.
That is why you're hanging on.
You
by a
motherfuckers
thread,
is drunk. You and John.
You are. You know what? Hey, let me tell you how. I got this Guinness stout. So,
but you be trigger happy with the back, nigga. Why you be doing me
oh,
like that?
motherfucker, because I need discipline. I need people who can stick to a point.
How
and
dare
not
you
get
talk about
ripped
discipline with
off
your
on
drunk
some
ass?
bull- See, Tough Guy, let me be honest with you. As much as I appreciate you're a good person, you abuse women. I've seen you up on Mo, how you treat Mo and T on their show.
Man,
Is
you was cupcaker,
so
man. Why you so cupcaking?
It's disgusting. Stop doing it. You're on my goddamn panel where I can tell you you need to do better. Period. And if you don't like it, motherfucker, I'm not your father, of course.
Well, I'm glad you got a good
Oh,
buzz,
motherfucker,
Stanley.
this is the other dumb son of a bitch.
Nothing wrong with having a good
What
buzz,
up, 12
baby.
man?
Anyway,
just chilling.
Anyway, Tough Guy, I expect better behavior on
What
teams
do
and
you
those.
expect from me, man?
I expect you to do better.
Like what, man? What you talking about?
You know what? You'll know it when you see it.
Well, I mean, T ain't got no problem with me.
Oh no.
Mo loves me. We got like a little love and hate relationship, so you don't understand us.
No, I don't.
Hey,
Well, Mo is taken, so you can't have her, and so is T.
Taken by who?
The only motherfucker who's drunker than me.
Hey, is Universal still up here?
I'm sorry, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm
she
still
wants
here.
me
What's
more
up?
than she wants you, Stanley.
Yo, Universal, you know what I want to talk about, man?
What's up?
Well, guess what?
Tonight.
Wait, when do you want to start talking about it?
Now I want to plan it out. We'll this is a topic.
Oh, this will be interesting.
I want to.
Yeah, Stanley, you be abusing Lindy Lou, Stanley.
Fuck Lindy Lou.
Put you back, bro.
Exactly, nigga. How you gonna talk about somebody abusing women?
You hear me fucking talking and you going off on a fucking tangent, bro. I see why you put you in the back. Anyway, Universal, have you been hearing what's going on with the Essence Fest?
No,
okay.
What happened? What happened now? I have not.
I thought you didn't.
What's up, UJ?
What's good? Salute.
It's not news. That's like current.
Well, that's not news. How did you find out about it?
That's the auntie
Did
convention.
your lovely lady Lisa tell you about it?
No,
someone told me. Someone told me.
Who the fuck is someone?
I can't remember. One of
Aren't they supposed to be canceling it?
And there is a thing there. Stanley. So apparently,
Okay, wait, hold it, John. Why are you asking me about the Essence Fest?
No, it's Universal.
Isn't that in New Orleans?
Not to Universal. I want to do a follow up on this.
No, y'all motherfuckers wanted to go down there.
I don't really care for New
You
Orleans.
want to follow up on something?
They're a little older. They're a little out of my age range, Stanley.
Anyway, Universal.
Yeah, they're about in their 50s and 60s.
John, start a new show. I don't care about something that's been canceled. Why are we talking about the Essence Fest?
I was about to ask Universal a question. And
I don't give a fuck. We're back there. Okay, John, when was the last time you read Essence magazine?
I'm sorry, say what?
When is the last time you read?
I just want to run this past Universal just to talk.
Okay, and I don't want you to.
Right, but okay, that's fine.
I think this is sissified. I think it's Essence magazine, and maybe that's the problem.
Man, Sam, you've been drinking too much, bro. Like,
I told you that nigga's
drunk.
You have not been thinking enough. Why is this important again?
It may not be important to you.
Well, then, if it's not important, why bring it up?
I said it may not be important to you.
It's not important at all.
Okay, well, to you it's not, right? You don't.
No, motherfucker. I've gone beyond me.
Okay, well,
it
could be
I
interesting.
don't think it's important.
Anyway, well,
it's anti-black bullshit, and you need to communicate. I get it.
You didn't even know what I'm going to say.
Tell us about that anti-black bean footage.
Anyway, it's interesting.
Anyway, it's interesting.
Anyway, Universal. So apparently the essence
Okay,
is
you are going to go on.
That
with
means
this.
Go ahead, I can hear you, John. Just go ahead.
Oh, fuck it. I don't give a fuck if you can hear it. You anti-black beans on a in my pot.
Not mine. Well, obviously it's not.
This is John. You tell this other anti-black about that cancellation of the Essence Fest.
I didn't say it was
I will hear
canceled.
you,
I
and
didn't
I'm
say
just
it was
gonna roast you,
I didn't
both
say it
y'all
was canceled.
dumbasses.
You said it was canceled. I didn't say it was canceled.
Motherfucker. Well,
I didn't know it was canceled. I didn't hear it was canceled.
Universal had plans. He had to cancel his travel plans.
You it was canceled. I didn't say it was canceled. I
No,
never said it was.
I'm making it up.
Well, why are you making that up?
Motherfucker, because it's not important.
So why are you making up something?
Because I'm making up shit about something that's not important. You can't figure
Niggas
this out,
fucked up.
can you? The shit's not important. I'm just gonna make up funny
Stanley,
shit.
you drunk, bro.
Oh, motherfucker, you know.
The niggas faded.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, this
I
is
get easily bored.
This is a classic example.
Yeah, it's a classic example
of black behavior when
it's a
drinking.
classic example of a black man fucking motherfucker. It's
Classic
a
behavior.
classic
Black
example of a
people
black
should be allowed to
man
drink. Many of them
telling
should
another
not be
black
allowed to
man
drink.
that you're a goddamn moron.
Can you
And we're
imagine
going to talk about
like this in a nightclub?
Essence Fest to a mother. Dude,
shut up.
you and HB,
I don't give a fuck about
too. Oh, it's black people. They always want to interrupt. Motherfucker, this shit isn't important. Fucking go put on your makeup and put on your perfume. Essence.
Stanley, have you ever been a council member?
Magazine.
Point of the council of the city?
Why the fuck are you even talking, tough guy?
I'm just asking you a question, you bastard.
Let's not know. Take it off the screen, John.
I ain't put it on the screen.
Well, who the fuck would put?
I think you really, Stanley. You really showing like how you.
No, I'm really showing that
like,
you
must
are
be
not
embarrassed
that
for blacks.
nigga.
That you don't even let it get out.
You want to talk about
black
Essence Magazine, nigga?
It's really a weakness.
No, I do not give a fuck about Essence Magazine. Lovely lady Lisa should come up and talk about Essence, not John Gall.
You really showing weakness, bro.
No, motherfucker, I'm showing strength because your dumb ass doesn't even.
One topic about black. You bow down, bro.
The topic is you are a goddamn moron who doesn't have time to keep up with the news.
If you notice, I don't call names.
If I don't fucking notice. When you come up on a panel, I make jokes.
You look real weak.
I make jokes, bitch.
But your jokes make you
look weak. Motherfucker, I don't care if you don't appreciate my jokes.
Blacks don't care.
You're gonna scurry along.
They constantly
You're gonna scurry along like you
give a fuck about.
You don't have the strength, John.
It makes you look weak.
You don't have the strength, John.
I
always motherfucking win.
You look weak.
Cardi B broke up with her new boo.
If I'm weak, then you are weaker.
You're weak, bro. You're weak. I'm just telling
you. I'm not your bro.
You look weak. Well,
when the fuck did you ever get the idea?
You look weak to me. You look weak to me.
You are a past programmer. You are a data entry clerk. And now you get to hop up on a panel, smoke some weed, drink some horrible beer, and
that beer is nasty.
The black community. If you say another word, tough guy, you are done.
You weak,
Stanley.
I'm so weak. I'm telling you how to run my goddamn panel.
Defending niggas, Stanley.
Don't Stanley me John Gall.
When I say
I use my goddamn real name. I'm not weak, bitch. What's your real name? Put it up, bitch.
If you believe in the
motherfucking dude, you hide behind some white lady's
Defend the
character
niggas.
in a fucking horrible novel. I
Defend
use
the
my
niggas.
real name. Now,
If you believe in the niggas, somebody defend them. Right?
The fuck is
Like
What's your your
your
name ain't John? John, your name ain't John?
Is John Galt your name, bitch?
The niggas
John
don't
ain't your name, John?
Motherfucker.
No, that's from a book.
Told you to shut the fuck up.
Let the niggas defend themselves.
No, let the nigga, because everybody's a nigga to a man named
Happy
John
White History
Galt.
Month, everybody.
You call me nigga. You call me.
What's your real name, bitch?
Look at you got
What's your real name, bitch? Who's weak?
Bro,
Who
do you
is
know how many
the
niggas and
motherfucking weak
bitches I've
one?
been called, bro?
Don't
Call
stutter,
me
bitch. Don't
don't
stutter,
bother me,
bitch.
bro.
Don't
Call me
stutter,
name
bitch.
don't bother me, bro.
Do what you want to do, bitch.
With the wrong
Do
one.
what you
Call
want to
me name.
do.
Call me a bitch.
Fake
Like
white
it's like what a
woman
woman might call me.
character. It
A
is
woman might call me a
fake.
bitch. Like
You
I
are
never had
named
call me.
after a white woman's
It's weak to me.
novel. The fucking white woman,
It's just
the
weak to me.
fucking white
I never
woman
had a man call
wrote
me
a
a bitch.
character and you wanted to be like that white motherfucker who is in a white woman's
Drunk.
novel.
Nigga must be drunk.
You are a motherfucking white character.
Spoken from the
Now
man.
you're white, John.
Motherfucker,
You don't look white to me.
Motherfucker,
Yeah, bro,
have
like,
you ever even read a novel, 12th man?
Man, bro, like,
oh yeah,
What
a lot
fucking
of them.
failure of an educated white dude? You are a waste of white privilege.
Stanley, you can't.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it.
You can't even let the truth out about
No,
black.
that can't be, motherfucker. I see
Like,
a
when I hear something about when I hear something that I don't like, I just
named
let it out.
after a fucking white bitch's novel, and you embrace it. A black man
You
with
married
an
a white woman.
Ayn Rand name.
Nigga, you married a white woman. Nigga, that's just a.
I use my real name for.
Yeah, I can change this name. I can change it right now.
My
But can you
son
change the
is
fact
in
that
my
you married a white woman?
motherfucking house.
Nigga,
I
you
raised
married a white
my
woman.
son.
You
I
married,
am a motherfucking
nigga,
black
nigga,
man
you married a
who
white woman,
raised
bro.
his son, and
Bro,
your pussy
bro,
ass
you married
has
a
to
white
name
woman.
yourself after an Ayn Rand
You
novel.
married a white woman, bro.
You
never
are
can
a
do that, bro.
fucking failure of
All
blackness,
my women.
nigga.
Like, nigga,
You
I
are
had my
a
women all
failure of
black.
blackness,
All
John
black.
Galt.
Nigga, you liberal
Motherfucker,
white.
don't tell me
Bro,
how to be black,
don't
motherfucker.
do this with me,
You
bro.
have to stay in the
You
hood.
right. These
They
niggas drunk, man. I
can't
ain't gonna
take
argue with this
you anywhere else.
nigga. I ain't gonna argue
The
with
motherfucking weak ass has
this
to stay there
nigga. I ain't gonna
under
argue with this nigga. He drunk.
assumed white woman's name, and then you want to tell me about weak bitch? Motherfucker, I use my goddamn real name on the internet.
Yeah, don't you think all
I
these people
raised my
married
own
white?
motherfucking son. He is in my goddamn house right now.
Is he
You
half white?
be brave.
Hey,
You
nigga
be
half white.
brave. Don't
You got a
listen
half.
to
You got
a
a
no,
half.
don't over talk. You go find your goddamn kids.
Your son,
Put them to your bosom, you fucking high, drunk failure of a father.
you be like, look
You
at
are
me.
a failure of a father.
Look at
I
you.
did what your dumb ass, your dumb nigga ass wants to live in the hood and fucking tell me about fatherhood. Motherfucker, the day bullshit. See, I am your worst fear, John Galt. I am a black man who knows a fake ass nigga when I see him.
Stanley,
Motherfucker, you call me Mr. Cross. Stop calling me Stanley.
You Stanley to me. Like, bro,
motherfucker, what you are is where are your kids?
Stanley,
I'm gonna start calling you where are your kids, John?
You can call me whatever you like.
I know I can. I don't need your permission.
But one thing you do know, one thing you do know, when you go to bed
Where
at night,
are your kids, John?
where is your white
All I'm
woman?
gonna call
Where's
you
your
from
where's
now
your
on.
white wife?
Where are your kids, John?
Put up a picture of that
Where
white
are
wife.
your kids, John?
Put up a picture of that
Where
white
are
wife.
your kids, John?
Where is your white
Are
wife?
they with you, John?
Show us a picture of your white
Where
wife.
are they, John?
Where's your white wife?
Where are they, John? Is that your real
Hey,
name?
hey,
Your
I'll show my
know
kids.
your real name,
I'll show
John?
my kids. Show
Do
me
they
that
call
white
you
wife of yours.
Daddy Galt?
I want to see that white wife. I wanna
Motherfucker,
see-
you.
like, I hope she
you
wasn't
know
mid.
what?
Nigga,
Guess
if you
what?
had a mid white
Guess
woman,
what?
nigga, there's gonna be some questions to be asked.
Okay, this dumb son of a bitch wants to see a white wife. Well, motherfucker, I want to see you with a wife of any color.
I ain't gonna go back to you no
you
more.
never been married.
What's the picture of this white woman? I ain't talking no more.
Fucking nigga
We done. I ain't
ass.
gonna talk no more.
And
You got
use your own name. Didn't your ma tell you you should marry your mama? If you gonna have kids, John Galt, you should be the daddy. Motherfucker, don't you fuck with me. You are a
I just want to see
failure.
that white woman, bro.
You
Let me
are
see
the
that white woman.
problem,
Let me see
John
that
Galt.
mid-ass white woman you married. Let me
Motherfucker
see
has
that
so
white woman.
much money,
Show
he
me
thinks he's the nigga exception.
Show me that
Look
mid
at
white
this
woman.
motherfucker.
Nigga, pull up that white woman you talking about. Let us all see her.
Nigga
If
exception.
you pull up a mid white
John
woman,
Galt.
if you pull up a mid,
Nigga exceptions are part of
you
the
think that
nigga
white woman a
problem.
mid?
You dumb son of a bitch.
Everybody in the chat,
You are the problem.
mid or not?
Fuck everybody. How about don't bring everybody into your problem, John Galt?
Nigga, you got a
Take
mid
that bucket hat,
until
take that
you show
bucket
up that
hat,
white woman.
and put
I'm
some brains between
gonna assume she's a
them
bad
hats.
white woman.
Dude, you fail.
Prove it.
Fail.
Marry a
Motherfucker, if you don't live with your
Prove you
kid
marry a
as
fat
a
white woman.
black man,
Nigga, you
you
married a fat
are
white
a
woman.
baby daddy.
Because you already
are
said your son
baby
is
daddy John.
You say your son
Baby
is
daddy
fat. So
Galt.
you really had a
Baby
fat
daddy
white woman.
Galt.
This nigga had a
Motherfucker,
fat white
I
woman.
know where my son is.
Show me your
Motherfucker,
fat
still
white woman.
here.
Show
At
me that white
19
woman.
at an elite
Fat white
university,
woman that your son
at
came
a
from.
fucking elite university, I did it, bitch.
Show us the white woman.
I, as
proud of,
a
nigga.
black man,
That white woman.
took
Okay. I want to
my
see.
son
I
and
want
put
to
him
see.
in a goddamn elite
Anybody want to
university,
tell me
and you're
beautiful
teaching
white
your
woman?
daughter how to
You talk about
fucking
it all the
close
time.
behind the
Show us
faucet.
the white woman. Nigga, show
You're
us the white woman.
failure of a black man. You're
Nigga,
baby
you are
daddy.
that's
You're
what white
just a
men.
rich
You got
baby
a white
daddy.
woman. Show
You
us the
are
white woman.
P. Diddy.
Why you think this nigga ain't
I'm rich. I can be a baby daddy. That's what you are, John
That's
Galt.
all you got. You're not gonna show that
even your motherfucking real name. Do your kids know your real name, John? Do they call you Pappy? Do they call you Pappy?
Show us that white woman.
Pappy Gold. Pappy Gold. Motherfucker, you never fuck with me. Dude,
Show us that white
I
woman.
know shit better
Nigga,
than you.
if you got a full white trash white woman,
watch
I'm gonna be
news
sad.
every goddamn day. You
I think that might be why you so sick up here.
with
You
a
got a full white
fucking
trash white woman like
joint.
most of these niggas do,
Was that
and you
joint?
mad. You
Motherfucker,
mad
I
about you got
know
a
the
full white
nigga
trash
you
white
are.
woman.
You are my nigga, John
Until
Galt.
you show me that
You
white
are
woman, nigga,
a
I'm gonna believe
man's
full
nigga,
white
John
trash.
Galt.
Otherwise,
But you're not
full
your
white
baby
this
nigga.
nigga got a full
You're
white
a baby daddy.
yeah, and you
Where
got a full
are
white
your
trash
kids,
white woman. You got
motherfucker?
a full white trash
Where
white woman.
are your kids, motherfucker?
Where is
They
that
live
white
in two
woman? Show
different
us the picture.
cities.
Nigga, show us the
Which
white
set
woman.
of
Hey,
fucking
don't
kids
you love that white
will
woman?
you
Show us
visit
the picture.
today?
Man, listen, we're going back.
Motherfucker, you got,
I'm done.
you
I'm
got,
done.
you know what my mother used to call people like you? Different in many. Motherfucker, you don't even know where half your kids are. You are the problem, John Galt. Anytime, motherfucker, you're looking for your kids, they're not there, John. Motherfuckers looking for his camera or his kids. I'll take a poll. You never fuck with me, boy. While I took you apart, and I'm gonna finish the goddamn job. Keep looking, John. Keep looking, John. Keep looking, John. Yeah. Anyone got anything else? Oh, hey, you little fucking Mexican leprechaun. Apparently, I called ICE and those motherfuckers didn't take your ass. God damn it. You know what? Nick Collateral, whoever the fuck your name is, I'll drop this link. Bring your dumb ass up here, Wicked, because I got some heat for your Mexican jumping being ass too. Come up and defend your boyfriend.
Whoa, is that a Wicked World?
Yeah, that motherfucker needs to come up so he can catch some heat.
Yeah, that dusty Mexican acting like his people are so damn better than blacks. Yeah, get your bitch ass up here.
Dude, you know what? This motherfucker, you know what? I made a joke about let's deport his accent. This motherfucker can't even speak English without an accent. So
he want to get on Bree Braves panels and talk about the Sun people this, the Sun people that. Man, you know what your people come from? Your people come from a fucking culture that was fucking pulling people's hearts out and fucking chopping people's heads off for fun. And look at what they're doing now in Mexico. You sorry motherfucker. You Mexicans ain't shit. Think you better than the black man. You ain't shit. We both conquered people, but they actually took on their slave master and fucking they think they white. You want to get up on here and talk about all this bullshit? Fuck that motherfucker.
The problem is he doesn't even know his own history. He doesn't know American history. He doesn't know Mexican history. All he knows is how to be racist.
you think Mexican people spoke Spanish? That's what they initially spoke. You're a conquered people just like a black man.
This motherfucker thinks he's European.
I told her what she needed to do.
Because I need to get my permit still. Because
Tough guy, you might want to go on mute.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's John.
No, that's tough guy.
Oh, is it? Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna talk to him like Sam Jackson was talking to that Mexican.
My daughter is here. She's talking to my mom.
On Hateful Eight.
Okay, then why do we need to hear it?
I told you.
Shut up. It was
Stanley, let him make it.
This is what this dumb
fucking
does. He will come up to Mo's panel or T's panel, and then I literally heard this dumb son of a bitch go, "Well, I'm a man. All women need to respect me because I'm a man." Dude, I didn't even come up to that panel because I would have fucking. Dude, I don't know what the black community has done. And I think it's more of like we tend to blow up the miseducation that white America is anti-intellectual. And again, we are like imitating for 100, 200 years. Dude, if the white man doesn't think that, smart people are good, motherfucker, I hear people just fucking like the smart motherfuckers don't even understand what they're doing. Universal Jones, I'll give you some grace. John, you wasted your money at school. That's obvious. Stupid black people who think Be Brave is successful, man, you are like the black hole in the legacy black community. And I pray the black community doesn't implode around your dumb fucking ass. I literally think you're a problem, John.
I wish more black people would tune in and listen to you since you seem to be.
Motherfucker, I don't see. You wish. I don't care. I say what I say. I don't need 80,000 people. It'll happen or it won't. I believe in what I say. I believe in what I think. I am who I am. I don't have to pretend to be some motherfucking racist bitch's novel character. And by the way, John Galt, even within the novel, didn't exist. They kept asking, "Who is John Galt?" Motherfucker, they had to find some hidden valley to fucking find out who he was. Dude, you are in the ghetto. What I want you to be, John Galt, is a real black man, not some white character. You need to be a real black man. And I frankly don't think you are.
I'm listen. I'm blessed. I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
Yeah. You don't have to say it. You have to play it on your soundboard. Dude, do you know how sorry this sounds?
I ain't even got to say it.
Motherfucker, because you can't say it. You can't say it.
Your brother, you call
say
me
it for yourself. Ayn Rand has to name you. You have to press a button to think.
I ain't got to say it. I got so many clips.
Yeah, the Johnny Boys of the world are impressed with your dumbass. The Stanley Crosses of the world look down on you. Read your E. Franklin.
Man, I'm gone. John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do.
I ain't got to talk, man. Ain't nothing for me to say, man. Ain't nothing else to say. What more can I say, goddammit?
Please don't say any more, dumb fuck.
What do those sound clips prove? Because one of them you got from Brave, and I don't even count that one.
Well, the other two are from Nidus.
One of them was no, don't lie, nigger. One was from
hold it.
One was from a tenant.
Did you call me a nigger?
Yeah. One was from a tenant because niggas lie. When you start lying, I just call you a nigger.
Wait, who are you calling a nigger? Who are you calling a nigger?
You don't want to hear.
Hold on a second.
He don't want to hear.
Go ahead. Do y'all know who John? Motherfucker, John Galt, whoever you are named after the uber white supremacist. The only reason people like Jason Kessler and all these motherfuckers, you're a black dude who is named or calls himself after an Ayn Rand novel. You are a fucking white supremacist yourself. And see, I live in the ghetto. Well, motherfucker, you are a field reporter for white supremacy.
He asked me something.
You live in the middle of the hood, and then you are literally good morning hood to the white community.
Speak, you want to ask me something?
No, I was saying, who was you calling a nigger?
Oh, I was telling Stanley.
No, this motherfucker calls everybody a nigger.
Because we would rather sit up here, point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around, Mr. John. I know you be over there with CT a lot, and I know it's hard to pick apart. But if you really dig the substance of what he said, because we would rather sit up here, point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around,
Mr. Motherfucking John.
Motherfucker, that's not even your real name.
Ain't nobody saying that about you, bro. Ain't nobody saying that about you, bro.
White supremacy.
Mr. John, I know you be over there with CT a lot, and I know it's hard to pick apart. But if you really dig the substance of what he said, because we would rather sit up here, point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around, Mr. John. I know you be over there with CT a lot, and I know it's hard to pick apart. But if you really dig the substance of what he said, because we would rather sit up here, point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around, Mr. John. I know you be over there with CT a lot, and I know it's hard to pick apart. But if you really dig the substance of what he said, because we would rather sit up here, point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around, Mr. John. I know you be over there with CT a lot.
That wasn't no fucking books he read and some fucking white woman that he won't show, but he talk about all the time, nigga. You gotta show that pony. You want to talk about the white woman? You want to criticize me for living in the hood and taking up with black women? Because you never did. You left me more than a plenty, and I appreciate you, nigga, for going on to whiter pastures. You understand? I appreciate you, my nigga. You cleared the field. You got yourself off the playing field, my nigga. You didn't belong. You can't compete with a nigga like me. You get your ass over there with a white woman. She take your ass after she done had a couple of other children or something. You know, maybe I deal with this nigga now. You know, but my women, right, compared to your women, good women, true women, right? I bring them up on the panel, nigga. I brought them. I shown the fruit of them women. Pure black ass women. You can't show us that. Like, you can defend niggas on the internet. You don't want no full-blooded nigga. You don't want that. You want to run as far away from that as you can. And I'm just asking you to be honest, my nigga. Just be honest. You don't want to live around blacks and you don't want to procreate with blacks. Just be honest. You done told us about all the Danish women you dated. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
nigga,
I've been there.
I've been there. I ain't got no problem. But nigga, nigga, I tell you, I fill up a fucking stream deck, nigga. With shit like this.
And I'm listen, I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me
black ass kids working in houses that they father built. Mm-hmm. And they might listen to this shit 20 years from now. Right? That's real true, my nigga. And they ain't gonna say it. They been over here in this hood, in this ghetto. I brought them over here, nigga. When you were criticizing my daughter for cleaning up, nigga, don't make me pull that picture up, that video. When you were criticizing her for cleaning up, nigga, she was in the ghetto. I ain't taking her Northwest to clean up. I let her clean up after some niggas. Start at the bottom. That's what I did, nigga. When I graduated college, I want to tell you. My first job right after college, man, I went and worked at Long John Silver's. And my mama, she was worried about my self-esteem, shit, nigga picking on me on the job. Like, nigga, you graduated from college and worked in Long John Silver's. Like, nigga, I knew it wouldn't be.
Okay, I want to make one point here. My brother is roughly John's age.
Like, did someone put me on mute?
My brother first out. Well, motherfucker, no one cares about you working at Long John.
Your brother ain't done what I done. Your brother, wherever he
No, I did not, motherfucker. I did not. I was about to tell you, since you are some motherfucker. You want to call yourself a software like engineer or programmer? Motherfucker, my brother's your age, and his first job was literally. You know what? You are not exceptional. You are not. You know what I said? My black brother is better at goddamn computers.
You know what? Tell your brother to put his portfolio up. My nigga, this is my portfolio. Do you want me to go through my portfolio, my nigga? It'll make your head spin.
I don't give a fuck what you do.
Where's your portfolio? Where's your portfolio relative to mine? It ain't there, bro. You know it ain't there, my nigga. You know it ain't there.
You ain't black.
Hey, look, I ain't gonna go to work. Show me your brother's
portfolio. You ain't black.
We go band for band. Right?
You ain't black.
We go band for band.
You ain't black.
I'm gonna start with this, and I'll keep rolling all night long, my nigga.
Bore my ass.
Nigga, I'll put your drunk ass to sleep on my portfolio.
We need hood motherfucking.
I'll put your drunk ass to sleep, nigga. 20 years of shit.
Is your boyfriend.
Put your drunk ass to sleep tonight.
Motherfucker, I'm by now. You're high motherfucker. I smoke every
I might go in my bag. Around and go in my bag.
I want to act like
my bag proprietary
black people. You're high, bitch.
You ain't got You ain't got no dope, bro. You got no dope.
Oh, motherfucker, this ain't a joke.
You got mouth. That's why
you are a high and failed black man.
Nothing.
I want you to pull. Go find your kids, John. Take a train and see your kids, John.
With my
have nothing to do
You got nothing. You don't need to show your face, nigga. You be down in the corner.
Don't you have kids?
I be like, get out the corner, nigga.
Okay, this is literally a failed idea of black fatherhood. While you critique black fatherhood, when's the last time you saw your motherfucking kids, bitch?
Nigga, I am a
man. No, don't
your
nigga.
child see you, he sees some weak
Nigga,
ass
nigga,
never put earrings in, nigga. That's why your son telling you want to put earrings in. He want to grow a ponytail and shit, right? Because he ain't looking at no real man.
You want to tell me,
man,
you want to talk about
white
mother of children and all this shit? Motherfucker, my 19-year-old son is right across the hall.
Nigga, he barely
Where are
got
your 10-year-olds?
How many A's did he get?
Where are your minor children? Failed father.
In the easiest semester,
do your kids know your real name, John?
He's an A out. Nigga had PE and everything. You get an A. Take PE.
Do your kids, do they call you daddy?
You gotta hope your son get a good job because you ain't got shit for him to do.
Do they call you Mr. Golf?
You do know that, right? I'm about to go in my bag a little bit. Let's see. I'm gonna go in my bag. This nigga ain't got nothing to show. This nigga ain't nothing to show.
Bring your pussy ass up here so I can abuse you.
I'm gonna show motherfucking pony. Nigga, I'm show pony, nigga.
Pick up your baby.
I'm going in my bag.
Baby to sleep.
Nigga, I'm going in my bag.
Nigga,
going in my bag now.
With you. You are the perfect nigga. You get to smoke.
Going in my bag.
Enjoy your motherfucking kids while your pickaninny mammies are fucking doing it for you. Motherfucker, you are a sad.
I feel like going in my bag.
Black fatherhood. You are
like
the
going in my bag.
You're fucking.
What? Oh no, I'm going in my bag. I'm going in my fucking bag, nigga.
Aren't you the
20 years
of your kids
selling that dope?
Oh motherfucker, you're looking at Mary Kay.
Nigga, I built.
I want to see that.
Hey, look at it. I built that, nigga.
Dude,
I built the global search for Mary Kay.
Who gives a fuck?
Hey, I know you don't give a fuck.
No, I don't.
We keep going. No problem. Keep going.
Any dude, I could do that.
Do it. Go build me great orange,
bitch.
Okay, you did. You built Mary Kay. Okay.
Oh, built Mary Kay.
I'm still in.
Are you getting residuals?
Nigga, I'm still in my bag.
Are you getting residuals, bitch?
The residuals pay off every day. I see him talking.
Motherfucker, you don't get shit from this.
What's that right there? Team USA.
And
I'm deep in my bag.
It does not say John Paul. Is your name Team USA?
I'm deep in my bag. Oh shit! I'm so deep in the bag, Stanley. Oh
yes,
Lord have mercy!
You are so deep in the bag, John.
What?
Show me, John.
Geez.
Show me, John.
Got another one? It's the World Bank again.
I am so impressed with this fake ass bullshit.
I know it's
hijacking my show. Do you want to start up a new show? Maybe Barnabas can come up here and be a mediocrity. White mediocrity trains you to be who you are.
Your son can even
get my son is going to an engineering.
He didn't get an A that first semester. The easiest semester, he couldn't even pull out an A.
Motherfucker, you didn't get into the university.
Your son is
what bitch?
I ain't up there.
Oh no. Where did you? What was your undergrad? Where did you go to school at undergrad?
Tuskegee.
Where did you go to school? Did you go to an engineering school?
No.
Okay, the motherfucker, you might not want to talk about my son. Engineering versus data management.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, all you did was data entry. Development equals data entry.
Okay, you believe that? Sure enough.
Oh, motherfucker. Dude, dude, you don't think I've ever done any sort of development, motherfucker.
Oh, you done some development?
You're not.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You are not special.
Okay, well, let's have a discussion.
You are not special, bitch.
Let's have a discussion.
Motherfucker, no.
Just have. You don't want to talk about that.
Developer, motherfucker.
I will. I know you're not. I know you're not.
I'm an engineer, bitch. You're not an engineer.
You back the fuck down.
You figure out how to get.
You don't want to do that. Dude. Don't do that. Don't get out your lane, bro. Stay
in your motherfucker. I'm in my lane and I'm gonna bump your ass off on the ditch. Oh, bitch. See, I know where you're gonna go. Oh, the classes. Oh, the classes. Motherfucker.
You put me on software, bro. Like, honestly, bro. Like, right now. You're mad that my son is going to be an engineer,
and you are a fucking data whore.
Okay.
All you did, dude, you didn't make up code.
Look, as I said, let's go band for band. You think so?
Your code.
Look, I tell you what.
See, all these motherfuckers get impressed that you motherfucking read a book from 6 years old. Your first computer job was at like my brother's, and I trained my brother on Commodores. Motherfucker's first job was fixing computers and then doing HTML, building websites. Your motherfucking ass had to wait till you were. Motherfucker, you are not me. You are not us. Dude, don't tell me about shit.
I don't do that. I never done it.
You are not special, is my point. Motherfucker,
your brother doesn't.
See, John, you want people to be impressed with your mediocre ass.
All I gotta do is tell my
story. To be motherfucker, my dude, you are just normal.
Stanley.
You are just normal. Don't stand.
I never said I
don't get impressed by your mediocrity.
I don't get impressed by you. You live
then, motherfucker, don't be impressed and move the fuck on. Why do you need to talk about my son, John? Why do you need to talk about my son, John? The motherfucker is at the school you could have never got into.
You don't have an
interest. You couldn't do it, bitch.
You trying to live your
son, bitch.
Right? You didn't
get black man
right?
At an
you know what? You didn't get into those
the biggest threat.
You have dumb life that you put yourself in the corner on the stream, nigga. I go live every time. My camera down in the bottom, bro. Like you have you don't have
your camera on so we can see your fucking in a corner.
Like bro. I'll be straight with you now. Keep talking. I'll be straight with you. Like. Be Brave, you got a story. You don't have a story.
Be Brave is a fucking bystander like you. That's why y'all get along.
That's why
I don't turn on my camera because I don't have to.
You in his chat,
turn on my camera.
You in his chat, you talking about him. Brave could do numbers without you. Like you don't have you don't have a lot of depth to you. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, I'm deep. Like, not that book shit deep, nigga. Like, a life's experience is deep. Nigga, I get up this bitch. Nigga, I get up this bitch.
Life experience.
Nigga, I get up this bitch and
you literally do. You literally think you're deep. See, this is what people like me do to you.
Like, bro,
you think you're deep.
Nigga, I can get up this bitch.
Keep thinking you're deep. Keep turning on your camera. Keep playing with Johnny Boy. Keep thinking you're deep, John.
No, I'm just saying, like,
no, you're just saying you're deep.
No, what I'm saying is,
you're deep, bitch.
I'm deep in this
dude. My son.
I've traveled more.
Literally, dude.
I've been all over.
I don't want to be like.
You haven't been where I've been. You haven't done what
I've done. Like you could never do.
Stanley, you keep talking about.
I want you to do.
Nigga, you never.
Literally,
You can never
I
live like mine, bro.
dude, I've
can't live
done
like
what
me.
I couldn't do.
You can't
Dude,
live.
you are a
Bro.
fucking failure.
You
That you own a few buildings
I,
in the hood.
bro,
Motherfucker,
bro,
you
I'm
are
a-
successful.
bro,
You are successful.
bro.
You are successful for your type.
You are not successful.
You are successful for
and I don't
your
even
type.
see you, but I don't
Hey,
see.
I congratulate you, John.
I don't congratulate
you.
you.
Are successful for your type.
Like I don't congratulate
I hang
you.
out with you.
You just
because you're a smart dude.
Like, you're not
don't
deep,
step over your ditch.
You don't have any depth to you. You don't have any depth.
Motherfucker, I don't have to get on YouTube and exhibit depth.
But you don't.
You are so you want me to exhibit depth on YouTube?
You don't know.
Dude, you are so stupid.
No, I'm saying you
are
don't have
literally the stupidest nigga I know.
I know. Nobody believes that. That's why you.
I believe it. I don't care what. Dude,
you find
they are finding out.
You find
they are finding out slowly but surely.
Nobody. If you would have put a poll.
There are people.
You people
who
believe
knew
it.
this. There are people who know this, John.
Stanley, like I can come
John,
any day.
Keep up your fantasies.
Day,
You're gonna hit a button on that soundboard.
Any fucking day. I come up now.
Motherfucker, I don't have to exhibit depth on YouTube, motherfucker. YouTube is not my life, bitch.
I know. It ain't mine either. I show you my life.
Yeah, it's your life.
I show you my life.
Yeah, it's your life.
Stanley, I show you my life.
Motherfucker, I never pay attention to what you do.
I know. You don't show us anything outside of YouTube. I show you a lot outside of YouTube. I think
I don't give a motherfuck.
I know. That's all you got. You don't give a fuck.
Yep, that's all I got.
A lot outside
that's
of YouTube.
all I'm gonna give,
A
John.
nigga like me living in two different cities, New York, DC, and Stanley stuck in.
Oh, motherfucker, you have to live in two different cities because the cops are looking for you in one and you have to run to the other.
You don't believe that.
Yeah, that's a nigga life you talk about.
But I got that dip.
Dude, it is so silly what you do.
You don't believe that. Oh, you believe
Oh, motherfucker, I don't know what to believe. You want to talk about what I see on YouTube? You talk about depth. I know what I see.
I give you that depth. Yeah, you know that.
Oh.
I could give him a minute and do 12 hours, Stanley. Never pull up a news clip. Nothing but my own content here.
And you know what? That is why you're failing. No information. Whatever's between your ears doesn't hold up in the end.
But listen, I sell the rooms right here. If nothing
you sell rooms in real life. You're a barkeep, you're a hotel keep. Motherfucker, I've seen that shit on Gunsmoke.
And so now I get all this content that I get just from selling the rooms I was giving away for free. I capture it here. It's a win.
Well, John, you know what? I understand why you think it doesn't work. Look, I understand that there are people in the audience who are impressed. Motherfucker, I'm just your buddy. I like the news and stuff. You don't impress me.
I'm not looking to impress people.
Well, then why the fuck, dude? You do what you do. It's your business.
You know,
motherfucker. Literally, you do what you do. You're successful at it, but you do you. It's not me. I don't give a fuck what you do. There are black people who make as much money as you do. Not everybody has to be John Galt to get noodle soup for dinner.
Well, you know,
you are not like anything. There are people who are going to be like you. There will be people who do me.
But Stanley, I don't know why you criticize people who criticize the blacks. Like,
because they are idiots, is why.
Well, honestly, I think that one of the tactics that I think works better is that if you think they're idiots, then let them
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about tactics. It is me. It is me telling
Well,
them
but I
they're
think you shut
idiots.
down conversation.
There is no tactic. They're literally stupid.
But I think you shut down conversation prematurely. You don't even let people get to where they're
You know what?
And I
Why
think that,
not?
I think it
John,
came off as
if
weak.
I think you're stupid, why would I prolong the experience?
Well, as I say, in that case, then you probably
I don't give a fuck about your advice. I handle it the way I think is right. If I think you're stupid, why would I prolong the experience?
Well, why even have panels with stupid people?
I don't.
I don't know. I think my own advice is, you take it as you want.
I won't.
Well, there's no need for me to give it to you.
Well, no, you know what? 12th man, dude, you don't watch a whole. I went and I've gotten to a point actually now that we're talking, YouTube stuff. I'm not doing non-person panels. I, I let someone like a 12th man or even Solid Snake, who I think is actually funnier and more insightful. I let them up just as legacies. I'm perfectly fine if they don't come up. Ryan is actually productive, and but if you don't come up, I'm fine. I don't need panelists. I simply will not deal with. To be honest, if 12th man or Solid Snake never came up again, I'd be okay.
I think that and I talked to Brave about this a lot. Brave is typically pretty open to.
Brave is a moron.
Okay, fair enough. But I think the hate for Brave is his life experiences. Criticize
Oh,
it.
no. Well, let's talk about this right quick. I don't hate Be Brave. I don't think.
I don't want to get off on a tangent on Brave. That's not
okay. Nope. We're gonna. You brought him up.
Let me talk about him. Like, is this what I'm saying? Like,
Be Brave has no relevant. You know what? Actually, I'm going to throw it back on you. Be Brave is literally unsuccessful. If you think, dude, did you see what he built? He took 3 goddamn weeks. Yeah, I did, John Galt.
Yeah.
The motherfucker took 3 weeks to build a building the size of a doghouse. This motherfucker did all this pomp and circumstances about nothing at all. But yet he wants to talk about, how great white culture is. The motherfucker should have never photographed it. He should have just talked about it. Be brave. And he knows I nailed his dumb ass. He must make jokes about the doghouse or the outhouse. The motherfucker's a failure. And I don't give a fuck if he's 70. If he's 70, stop talking about black culture and start talking about being 70 in a failure of a white man. Bottom line is that you think Be Brave is successful is stunning.
I know you're not gonna let me get this out, but I'm gonna roll with it.
Motherfucker, I've muted. I'm gonna let you be as stupid as you want to be, because I know there's gonna be some stupid coming out of this toothpaste.
If Be Brave was in my neighborhood, I could put him to work tomorrow. the young blacks in my neighborhood, I won't even let them cut my grass. That's the difference between the white ecosystem and what we have going on in the black America. A 70-year-old white man is worth more than 18-year-old black man hanging out on the fucking corners and shit. Maybe that's not where you live, but it is a lot of places in Black America.
Well, let me know when you're done because I do have a response.
I'm done.
That's literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard a black man say.
Yeah, I understand.
And you know what? I'm not gonna do like you do and go the blacks. You're black. It is the stupidest thing I've literally heard this black say. You, John. Dumbest thing I've heard.
But the point remains.
There was never a point, John. Stop pretending there was.
Very few young blacks could do what Be Brave built.
Motherfucker, what? See, the only young black
can't do it. Your
Johnny
son can't do it.
Dude,
your son do that?
Are you raising young blacks, John?
Can your son do that? Can your son build what Be Brave built?
See,
right now with no Google,
he doesn't have to.
Can he do it though? If he would, can he do it?
He can pay Be Brave to do it. That's the whole point.
Okay, so he have to pay somebody to do it. Okay, fair enough. That's all I'm asking.
And you know what? It doesn't matter that he can. It's that he's too busy being an engineer or whatever it is his main job is. Motherfucker, you don't get the point, John, and neither does Be Brave. Y'all are dumb niggers. Be Brave is a dumb nigger. This motherfucker is 70 years old, and you are fucking taking up for him.
No, I just
motherfucker. Now I'm talking. Now I'm motherfucking talking. Dude, of course he can.
Can you and your son?
No. Motherfucker, bottom line is you don't understand what intelligence is. This motherfucker, Be Brave, wasted 3 weeks of white time. The motherfucker didn't pour concrete. Dude, I know more about building a building than that dumb son of a bitch.
You got more education than Be Brave. Be Brave basically dropped out.
Wait, hold it. I thought education didn't.
You need
education to do. You need education to do. See, now you're changing your story there.
I'm saying like your son is an engineer.
No.
He should be able to build what Be Brave built.
Dude.
Right? You and your son together, can y'all build what Be Brave built in the time that Be Brave built?
Let me ask you a question.
You can follow his diagram. Build the same shit. Yeah. Look it up.
Keep over talking, bitch. Keep over talking. Of course we can.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
And you know what? What Be Brave did is not motherfucking rocket science. What you do, John Galt, motherfucking running a building and buying buildings, motherfucker, my father does it all the time. It can be taught. If you have a modicum of intelligence, you can learn to do what you do. Dude, you are not special.
Have you ever built a building, a barn, or anything?
Never needed to.
So that's the answer is no. Okay.
The answer is no.
Just asking. Ain't no right or wrong answer.
And motherfucker, I have people build it for me. Okay. And I never needed to.
Okay, I'm just asking. Right?
Okay, well, bitch, have you ever delivered beer to your door?
No.
Motherfucker, have you ever done Uber delivery? Motherfucker, you get beer. Okay, see, you dumb son of a bitch. I will draw parallels that you couldn't even imagine. You don't do a lot of jobs that people do for you, honestly, John, you're not that bright.
No, I'm just asking. You know, I'm not criticizing. I'm just
Well, motherfucker, I just asked you too. Have you ever had to deliver something to another person's door? Have you?
yeah, I have done that. Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying I worked so many jobs, man. Like I tell you,
I don't give a fuck, John.
on my level, worked 2 jobs.
I don't give a fuck, John. It does not impress me.
Right.
Every black person has a different story, John. That you had a bunch of jobs does not mean much. Save that shit for the white trash people who want to call you their holy man. As a black person who has a brother your age who knows more about computers than you will ever know, and the programming side, that man. Oh no, I haven't told you what my brother does. The motherfucker still works in the business. Dude, you are basically a data entry clerk. You're not, dude. Be typing in something into .NET is not designing languages, doing the deep stuff. All you did is, oh yeah, you need this task, motherfucker. The language that you use to build a task, someone actually built that language. Have you ever thought about that?
No,
That's what my brother does, bitch.
Oh, he built
that, and he is as black as you are from Savannah, Georgia. The motherfucker builds languages for fucking pogues like you to do data entry.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. And you know what? And that is what my son does at an engineering college. You sit your ass at Tuskegee or Alabama or wherever the fuck you went, dude. Keep talking about my son. And you know what? You actually need to be worrying about your kids, not my kid. He is fully developed. He is 19. The motherfucker has already earned his full ride. Will your kids? I bet they won't. I bet not a motherfucking one of your kids will earn a full ride outside of cleaning your bathroom.
As I said earlier, Stanley, my father has many bathrooms. Many bathrooms. And that's what it all boils down to. That's what it all boils down to. That's what I do every day. Ain't nothing fucking wrong with cleaning bathrooms, goddamn it. I did.
Not a goddamn thing wrong with it, John. If that's what you want to do,
I clean the whole bathroom every day,
this
goddamn
is
it.
what you and Universal Jones and all you dumb niggas do. You keep wanting to make comparisons when you should just do the best you can do. You can be the best John Galt.
Man, I try
every day. Why would you compare yourself to Stanley Cross? Be yourself. Be your best self.
Yeah, I definitely don't compare myself to you. That's
well, you shouldn't.
I don't.
However, I bet the best John Galt is going to be a good father to his kids.
I bet Stanley, best John Galt, yet to be seen. I am that nigga.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, I've been 50 before. There's only so much to be seen. It's not going to be a whole new show or a new production. What you need to do is fucking do the best you can do.
My mind keeps spinning, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm uninterested. Just do the best you can do. That's my advice.
That's all I ever do. That's all I ever do.
Do you now, motherfucker? You know what? Sometimes I get confused.
It's all subjective. Right? All subjective. Well, I'm off camera. You don't see what I do.
And I don't care what you do, John.
I know.
I don't need to see what you do, John. Why the fuck would I care?
That's right.
You do realize that I'm 60. I don't give a fuck what you do.
I don't care about what anybody else does either.
Yeah, motherfucker, you shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Your father trained you right, motherfucker. Don't get on camera and be all silly and shit.
Man, I'm so far removed.
Do what you do.
I'm so far removed from so much shit, man. Like I said, I don't even read the news anymore. Like I just
that is obvious, John.
I go about my day, man. I'm usually so busy when I'm not on stream. Like I don't even have time like I used to. I laid off all my employees and shit, so I do it all myself, and it'd be fucking busy, bro. Like fucking busy.
Well, tough guy, you still there?
He can't be still there. As quiet as he's been, nigga must be asleep.
Yeah, he probably fell asleep.
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back, Stanley.
All right. Hey, Nonet Factor, how the hell are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Tyrone, I'm going to drop the link. And you know what? Actually, it's late. I do have to get up. I think I'm going to do a morning show. Nonet Factor, where the hell have you been? And this isn't going to be too big a thing. I have found someone who is like I found some woman who is like weird, black woman, and she is. I swear she's the black. What was the dude's name? You know what? I have all kinds of senior moments. I found a female black Paul Mooney. Oh, she is fucking abrasive and funny and generally wrong. Superman.
Stanley, man, I can't believe you cut me off during the question the Universal, man. I think it would be a conversation even you might have found interesting. I don't know why you shut it down.
You know what?
You didn't let me get it out, right? If you let me get it out, if you don't like it, we move on. But I think it'd be an interesting topic even for you to cover, to be honest with you.
I think,
do you know what I'm about to say? Do you know what happened down there? And I'm not talking about
where?
In New Orleans.
I don't care.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about I don't care about that.
Well,
either.
we were talking about something totally different.
Yeah, but you cut me off.
Universal had a show this morning, right?
Yeah, but you cut me off earlier when I wanted to ask him a question.
We weren't talking about New Orleans.
But I'm saying I wanted to ask him a question in terms of doing a show And I thought that you might be good to chime in on it as well. You know, if you can be civil.
Well, here's the deal, John.
So let me pose it to you, and then you give me here's your deal, right? So, and I'm trying to see what angle I want to come at it from. So, apparently, the Essence Festival is run by, and don't quote me. Let's just say a Nigerian. Okay, right? Gotta be. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just telling you, giving you the lay of the land. And you know, it's like a company. It's the Essence Festival Corporation. They put on the Essence Fest. That's how they make money. Maybe they put on other festivals too. But anyway, so apparently they are run by, let's just say, what in the internet world is called a tether. And so some of the events or food tastings were, let's just say, tether based, right? So let's just say Jollof versus Jambalaya. Okay, right? You know, and that was one of the things I think would be very interesting. A topic. It could be a food topic. It could be a cultural topic surrounding food, jambalaya, jollof rice, African, Caribbean. You know, what is jambalaya? Is that Creole, Caribbean? I'm not sure what it is. Either way. And then there was the point of like the what they call them, the FBAs. We're looking at it like we don't want to support an organization run by tethers. I'm just using the terms they use, so don't get mad at me anyone in the audience. So anyway, so I think it's an interesting. There are a lot of different angles where you may or may not be interested in the angle, but I think there probably is an angle that you may be interested in that you may or may not have been aware of. Just to cover it as a as a topic. I think it's very interesting.
So you and Universal and others amaze me. And John, this is actually heartfelt. Y'all are so fucking worried about what all the other black people are doing that you're losing what's happening in your life.
No, I don't think anyone's losing. It's
Look,
just a topic of
well, I understand that everyone has to make content and stuff like that.
There's more content.
But let's not lose who we are, what happens within our four walls.
But we're making content, right? That's the world.
And the problem is, what's more important, what your kids are doing or content?
Well, if you're going to be up here on the stream, that's
dude. My son,
right? You're not worried about your children when you're doing the stream at 5 a.m. You're doing the stream.
Let me level set you here. Let me level set you here. My son is 19. He's in college.
But I'm saying when he was 17,
I don't have little girls. I don't have minor children. Dude,
were you on the internet when he was
minor children?
Were you on the internet when he was a minor?
No.
You weren't?
No.
You went. How long have you been
on?
No,
literally, I wasn't.
How long have you been on the internet?
Doing YouTube.
Getting on panels.
Might have been 17, 18. So a couple years, 3 years.
I'm not criticizing you, Stanley.
Well, no.
Right,
my answer is, you know what? He was in high school, 17, 18.
Okay.
And certainly not, dude, he was pretty much 17, 18.
Hey, listen, man. I ain't here to criticize you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, there is no criticism necessary.
If it was, I wouldn't do it. You know, hey,
listen to what I'm saying, John. Let us not blur it in the niggerish babble.
But anyway, as I'm saying,
let's not do anyway. Let's be motherfucking clear, because you ask a question and I'm gonna have to be clear in my answer. The answer is no. If you know what, round about 17, 18, even 16, 17, 18.
Whatever.
I have time to do it. and I didn't even do it then. Do not do it. Do be a present parent.
All right.
If I got on the internet, it was basically so I wouldn't be in his business all the time. Okay, well, motherfucker, when you got kids who were like less than teenagehood, like you and um, um, Universal, you're spending more time on the internet than you should. And hey, I'm a senior parent. I got a 19-year-old in an elite college. That is my judgment. Spend more time with your kids. Get them into an elite college. Black people, believe this or not, can be excellent.
Well taken. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I wanted to cover some of that. I'm not sure how much of it is overblown or not, but I think it would be interesting. Some topics, maybe Universal and I cover it. I think there's some angles that we could cover it. It might be very interesting there. In the Essence Festival. Interesting. Very interesting.
What can I say? Even leave that shit to Roland Martin. I don't give a fuck.
Well, let me ask you this question: what's the rice native to South Carolina that the black people eat? Is there like I don't know. I don't eat rice. I didn't grow up eating rice. Is there a rice that black people eat? Black Americans, I'm talking about. I know jollof. I know jambalaya. What's the black rice? Dirty rice, or is that Louisiana?
Let me ask you, why are you curious? You want? Have you gotten the urge to cook it?
No. Well, I've traveled a lot.
Why are you so interested in the rice culture? Because surely in Alabama they had it.
We didn't eat rice.
Okay, and do you feel deprived?
No, what I find is interesting is that a lot of people that were coastal ate rice. We didn't eat rice. We ate. I didn't
know why.
I didn't. Yeah, well, it wasn't until later in life when I started meeting people that ate a lot of rice, like Caribbean.
Is your lovely lady Lisa from some coastal community in the South?
Well, and that's kind of.
Are you trying to cook for your lovely lady Lisa?
Jesus Christ, man! Come on, man!
Oh, motherfucker! I'm gonna go in. You need to deal with it.
Well, what I'm saying is that
why are you so curious? Is actually the question.
You're not even gonna let me answer, so just go ahead and talk, man. I sit here and listen to
you. No.
You want to know why I'm curious? If you really curious,
I actually do.
So there are two things that I've been curious about over the years is rice and bread. Whenever I've traveled, no matter where I've gone, typically there's either going to be rice, like if you go to Caribbean. I've never been to Mexico, but I guess they eat rice down there too. In Africa, there's rice. I guess in Asia, there's rice. And then you go to Jamaica, there's what they have, cocoa bread or whatever. And there's breads of varying sorts all up and down the Caribbean. Wherever you go, there's their version of some type of bread.
Well, there's also pasta, which is a weird product.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. And so they're only on the iterations. I've noticed that over the years in traveling, that damn, every little country has their bread of sort, be it roti or cocoa bread or this or that bread. And so here we are at the Essence Festival, and they're doing a rice cook-off. And it's the Jollof people. And because I've done a stream, I called it Jollof Wars.
Well, let me give you, since you want to talk Jollof, I grew up with Savannah red rice. There have been versions of Jollof. Savannah, Sea Islands of Georgia, and especially South Carolina.
Yeah.
Of course, there are going to be versions of it.
Yeah, like how much is that? And I'm asking you because I don't know. How much is that?
I grew up with it.
So I'm about to ask you. So how much of that is like Like, what is the Geechee? What is Geechee?
Okay, the worst thing you can. Well, let me tell you two things that are worse. Say Gullah Geechee, you're ignorant.
Well, I don't know.
Things. They're two separate things.
Okay, so what is a Geechee then? What is a Gullah?
Geechee is more like inland. Gullah is Sea Islands, and you know this because I've said it many times.
Yeah.
My mother, Sea Island, South Carolina.
You know what's interesting about Sea Island that I know about Sea Island?
I'm proud of it. Those dude.
You know what's interesting about Sea Island? Hold on, Stanley, before I lose my. So, you know they have a big political event. The Republicans, I think it's the Republicans.
Who gives a fuck?
Well, I'm just saying it's in Sea Island. Did you know that?
Okay, you're talking Hilton Head or some bullshit.
I don't know. I'm not familiar.
No, I'm talking black people.
I don't know.
Republicans, not all that bullshit.
I'm just saying the first time I heard
Helena.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
All I'm saying is, you want to talk politics? I'm talking.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking politics. The only thing.
Okay, let me finish what I'm going to say.
The only time I've heard it.
I'm talking black culture.
All right. I got one more bit of drink. I can tolerate one more bit. No, I was just telling you that's the first time I ever heard of Sea Island.
Who gives a fuck about Republicans? I'm talking about like black people growing up in a culture.
Okay. Yeah. You're right.
The Sea Islands, the Gullah culture. Geechee is more inland. Gullah is more pure. So in the Jollof part of it, the okra part of it, I grew up with this shit. I still cook. I know how to make like shit. I make Jollof because I learned to make Jollof, but it was a rich childhood.
Did you grow up eating rice?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. See, I didn't grow up eating rice.
I'm from Savannah, Georgia.
Right. I didn't grow up eating rice.
Charleston, Savannah.
Hey, but okay, what kind of rice? Was it just white rice or was it?
Mahatma was the brand we did.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. You know what I'm saying? Just curious about the rice. Those foods.
What did you eat when you grew up? Because, like I said, I have a brother who's roughly your age. You might be a year or two older. He grew up with me, 13 years younger, but where the fuck did you grow up? What was your staple?
We're inland, so instead of rice, we
what you eat? A bunch of grits or what?
Well, I've never had grits a day in my life, but
you grew up in Alabama and never had grits.
Never ate that shit a day in my life.
You are spoiled.
I ain't never had no fucking oatmeal, grits, cream of wheat. I ain't never eaten none of that shit a day in my life, bro.
Damn.
I go to my grave never eating that shit. But anyway, so I was saying, when I went to college and started meeting like East Coast people, right? They would be eating their rice and shit. Like, man, what the? I don't even know. Like, to this day, I got a rice cooker. I can't cook that shit.
Oh, fuck that.
I don't know how to cook it.
I cook rice like by hand. I mean, it's two parts. It's like 2 parts water. There are several different types of rice. Motherfucker, I love. Well, I mean, I like cooking, but the rice cooker is the best way to cook rice.
Yeah, that's the only way I cook it, man. And so, like, that's why I really learned, like, that was like, let's just say the genesis, right, of my curiosity into like food and culture. And then I did a lot of traveling. And I started to realize, like even Europeans, they got their own shit. The British, they got that bangers and mash that shit or whatever the fuck they got. But anyway, so rice was that thing that even within the United States, like you go a state over to Georgia, or well, all the way over, eating rice like you did. I ain't grew up eating no rice, man. Shit, very rarely. And then
Motherfucker, did you grow up eating at all? What did you eat
we
growing
ate
up?
potatoes.
What was the
Potatoes.
go-to food?
Potatoes was the starch. See, your rice
Really?
was the starch. Yeah, potatoes was. So like, we go to restaurants, you'd be like, like a cafeteria, meat in two sides. You ever heard of that before?
Oh yeah, meat and three.
Yeah,
They
meat in
have
two, meat in
those
three, right?
already now.
But
Meat and
they
two,
might
meat
have
and
rice. A restaurant might have rice, but most of it gonna be mashed potatoes, green beans, and some fried okra, some shit like that. Very rarely with rice.
Oh, that's not different. I mean, yeah.
But rice is not like. But you guys probably would eat rice. That would be one of the options.
Well, the meat and three culture, and this is just me going from memory. That the rice might be more coastal culture.
It's coastal. That's what I realized. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Savannah.
Now and I'm judging this or remembering, like, I worked in upstate South Carolina. I lived in Greenville, and no, you would have to ask for rice. Your meat and threes. It was meat and potatoes, green beans, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't rice. Like, they're not gonna do rice. They might have it on the menu.
Yeah.
So I get your point, but that's an inland thing, and I think I understand now.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm coming
But
from.
I also want to tell you this: like in Savannah, when I was growing up, there were no meat and threes.
Really?
That's literally an inland thing.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I can see that because there's no rice. And as I moved up the East Coast,
Well, no. The meat and three. And I know it's weird because it's pretty ubiquitous now. There were seafood restaurants. There were no meat and threes when I was growing up in Savannah.
And see, that's the next thing. That's the next thing, saying, like, I really didn't eat seafood growing up.
Oh no!
I probably ate more artificial seafood than real seafood. Like, you go to the grocery store, you get that artificial crab legs and shit. Like that was
motherfucker. You
ain't no real seafood.
We have fish markets. Where you could get the fish fairly fresh, but like crabs, you don't know. They need to be live.
Yeah, but anyway,
if you're gonna eat crabs, they need to be crawling.
Anyway,
they're alive.
And I'm kind of progressing on a topic that I think would be very interesting. You like cooking and food and shit. This might be a very interesting topic. So, coming from Alabama, I'm inland. Mobile, them motherfuckers probably eat rice down there, right? But I'm far north Mobile. So I get to college. People.
Oh yeah, right.
Right.
What? I've never been to Mobile.
Me either. People from the Northeast coming down to college. If they're New Yorkers, they may be Jamaican, they eat rice, or they black and they eating some of the rice products from the Jamaicans. A lot of integration there. But that was my first introduction really to rice, the rice culture. And I'm talking about from a standpoint of, yeah, I'm telling you.
In New York?
Rice, right? Like, a few people that I knew that ate rice in Alabama, they put sugar in that shit. You ever heard of that? I ate that shit one time. I took a bite. What the fuck is this? Right? You never heard of putting sugar in rice? You never heard of that shit?
I've heard of, you know what?
No, you heard of that.
They'll put sugar in things like grits.
Yeah, but rice.
If you put motherfucking sugar on rice or grits, you might as well not give it to me.
But see, that's inland shit.
No fucking way.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, that's inland shit, right?
Yeah.
That's how you cook rice.
Right.
As you go up the coast, you get to DC. Now you're starting to mix with some Caribbeans.
Well, DC, there's. I lived in Norfolk for 7 years.
But I'm saying now I'm finally eating, I may not eat it because I don't eat beans, but red beans and rice. Never heard of this shit.
Oh, no. Red beans and motherfucking rice.
Well, not red beans and rice. I heard that.
That is a motherfucking steak.
What's
Like,
this shit?
you
What's the shit that
better be
Jamaicans got?
that.
What's that shit that Jamaicans got? Because I ain't eat that shit either, but Popeyes got that shit. But Popeyes got
Oh
red.
well, that's dirty rice, but that's
Dirty right.
that's not
That's
Jamaican.
what I've had.
That's not Jamaican, is it?
Yeah,
That's
no, I've had
New Orleans.
no. I've had dirty rice growing up because you can
Well,
buy that
see,
shit out
I
the bag.
can literally make dirty rice from scratch.
But once you get once you get up here to like the Northeast, you start to see a culture, or food culture at least around rice. There's the Asians that do their rice. You start to see it. Then there's the Caribbeans.
Well, hold on before you go too far. Asians didn't introduce rice.
That's not what I said. I didn't say they introduced it. What I'm saying is that you start to, and I'm talking about my progression.
Right.
A man who didn't grow up on rice, eating rice. I get to college, I see some rice eaters, some Jamaicans or whatever, some DC people. Then I get to DC, like, okay, I'm around Jamaicans, Caribbeans. Then when I get to New York, you start to see that the Chinese did eat rice, the chicken fried rice and all that kind of shit. Maybe you saw it in DC, but you see it in the stream, and then you see the Indians.
Well, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, it's very interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like, you'd be
Well,
very.
no, back in Savannah, you could get shrimp fried rice and all that stuff.
Mhm.
But I mean, rice was rice. I mean, it's not like we ate rice. Asians, at least
It's
as far as I
distinct.
know or I've heard, no, we didn't eat rice every day.
Yeah, but I think some of these people do, right?
Well, no, I want to, at least in my experience, I mean, you would probably eat rice a few times a week, but it wasn't like everything has to be, with rice.
And then,
And the problem is, I want to make this point. Your motherfucking rice don't make it gummy, dude. The rice needs to be like, you need to know how to cook it.
and it's cooked different ways for different people. Like some people like it sticky.
No, that's sushi, dude. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but no, you better know how to do your rice. Whether it's sticky for like sushi, that's my son actually has done like sloppy sushi.
And that's what I'm saying. Like from I think it's really
Well, he didn't grow up with rice necessarily.
Yeah.
He was born in Virginia.
That's what I'm saying.
Virginia.
Like from Savannah, South Carolina. South Carolina has a strong rice culture, from my understanding.
Oh, absolutely, dude. It's like species of rice. There's a Carolina Gold. South Carolina, it's like, yeah, rice can be a thing, but
it's very difficult to grow rice. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Look into the history of how slaves got to America.
But you think about like
that is literally why.
From New Orleans to South Carolina.
Nope. Let's start with South Carolina. New Orleans.
Well, I was just talking about
place for slaves.
I was just talking about from a content standpoint. All these different places have different rice variations. You ever thought about that? New Orleans got what, jambalaya type shit going on there?
I don't care.
I ain't saying you care. South Carolina has theirs. South Carolina, Savannah. But they kind of merged the two.
I think you're kind of looking at the variations.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yummy rice. Kind of like, how did the rice get there in the first place?
Yeah. Like the different.
There's a deeper reason that rice is here, how it got here,
the different
how it's cultivated.
Now, since you talk about food a lot, you could go around the world with rice. I've seen a TV show about that with chicken, right? I didn't know chicken was fried all over the world until I watched the TV show.
You didn't?
I never thought about it. I should say I never thought about it.
Well, motherfucker, what do you think about?
Well,
You're
you know,
50. You
live in
are
your own, you live in
50.
your own world here. Now, I tell you, I've had Korean fried chicken, so I know they fried chicken, right? I don't know if I've had.
John, let me interrupt you right quick, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but why do you think I know this stuff? I've eaten chicken a couple places in the world. Um, please don't think I don't know this shit. I don't need to go and discover this shit because I already know it.
No, I was just telling you. I think I'm just talking
You
shop.
don't, do you really need to tell me, or do I already know?
No, I'm just talking shop, right? They're just talking.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm not talking down to you. I don't do that.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're talking down, but talk to the audience.
Yeah, that's who I'm more or less talking to. And so, like, the whole chicken thing. I saw the TV show about that. I think David Chang did that show. But rice is one that's very similar. That from New Orleans all the way up to at least New York, probably Boston. There are a lot of what they call those people in Boston area. I forget, off the coast of Africa, whatever they are.
The Portuguese?
No, there's some Africans. I forget the name of
them. Cape Verde.
Cape Verdes, yeah, Cape Verde.
Yeah, I've never been to Cape Verde, but there's a whole community, not in Boston proper, but places like Fall River. Oh shit, it's I've been there.
And so I bet they have their own little versions of rice as well. It'd probably be an interesting take on rice around the world, Asians, Africans. You know, man, you ever been in an African household when they make rice, bro? Whew. You're gonna eat that shit all week. All week. And then some people like the bottom because it's burned at the bottom. So it's kind of crispy rice. Then they pour some, whatever sauce they're eating over the crispy rice. I'm not a crispy rice fan, but the top of the jollof is good to me. But anyway.
I'm sorry, John. Look, I've made jollof from scratch. There are versions of jollof, in like the Sea Islands of Georgia.
Oh, really?
South Carolina. Oh, hell yeah. Savannah red rice.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what? Actually, one of the funniest things I've ever done, and I didn't even know back in the day. There's a Savannah red rice with crispy bacon. Just a weird thing.
Sounds good right there.
Well, you know what? I took it. We used to do this Thanksgiving Day thing. So you would get samosas, and everybody was like, "We are the." It was like a Benetton of cooking.
Hey, hold on, Stanley. Deborah, I know a little bit about electricity. I was telling Brave I had my.
Who gives a fuck? Why is she here trying to figure this out?
No, she has a question. I'm having an issue with my circuit breaker box and some of my outlets. Please answer me if you know. Yeah, I know a little bit about electrical. What's happening here? What's the problem? Those are things that you should be able to figure it out.
Those are the things that are not part of Stanley versus the world.
Well, we want to be audience friendly here.
Do we? Do we really?
We really do. We want to keep the people coming back, and we can answer any questions there.
Oh my lord!
Yeah. What's your issue there?
What? Hit the link.
Yeah.
Is there a link?
If you want to describe it.
Drop the link for Deborah. I've never heard her voice.
Listen, Stanley, I was telling Brave, I had my basement wide open one day, for a while. and I followed the electrical wires straight from the panel to every outlet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went and practiced. I
Did
read.
you do it through the walls, or did you just imagine?
No, they were, all the wiring was there. The walls were down, so I could see all the wiring.
Oh,
right, from the panel to every outlet in the basement.
and you thought you were on target?
No. Listen, like, so I went and read about electrical, studied that shit a little bit, and I said, wait a minute now, like, something clicked in my head. Someone analogized it to plumbing. Can you see the analogy between electrical and plumbing? Before I go,
Nope.
You can't. Okay,
I'm struggling.
okay. So think about this like this: if you have a water hose and you cut the hose, right? No water gets beyond it. Correct? That's plumbing, right? So, seriously, I know, hold on.
Well, you know what? Is this a technical interview for
No,
something?
I'm just talking because the difference in other. And if the same thing applies with electrical, right? You can have electrical down the line, and there could be a break somewhere. It could be an outlet that's disconnected on one side, and there's no more power going down the line, or something, anything. But it's a disconnect, like a cut in a water pipe. Plumbing and electrical are very much like that. Like, and with plumbing is pressure in the water. You got so much you can run before you need like a what they call a pump or whatever. And I think electrical, I don't know the name of it, but it's the same thing. But the concept is the same. You're running electrons down the line of a electrical wire, and you're running water down the line of a pipe or sewage.
So electrons and water are roughly the same thing?
Well, the concept is that you have to keep them going down.
Motherfucker, do you understand what magnetism is?
Well,
you are literally electrons, magnetism, water is not the same concept.
No, I'm saying that they're both going down the pipe.
Have you ever taken a physics class?
No, what I'm saying is
Please tell me you understand that water is one thing, electrons are another. What is John? Stop niggering up physics.
No, I'm not.
I'm dead serious, dude. Stop it.
All right.
Electrons are not like water. What the fuck are you talking about? No, dude, I'm a chemistry major. You can't be. Do you understand how? Please.
I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm just telling you whatever.
No, you shouldn't argue if you. Have you ever taken a chemistry class in your house? In your life?
Yeah.
Or a physics class?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Then you know water is not electrons.
That's not what I said.
Okay, dude, it is literally what you tried to make the analogy to, and this is you're niggering it up.
Okay.
This is why I get so upset with motherfuckers who want to make these broad. John, stop it. Literally,
I'm not saying
it's not flow of electrons. It's not like flow of water.
All right.
No, motherfucker, you act like
I'm not arguing with you. What do you want me to say? I say okay. What do you want me to say?
Do you know how stupid you sounded?
I say fair enough.
No, fair enough.
What do you want me to say?
Damage is what you are doing.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
I want you to renounce your anti-blackness. I want you to say the power of anti-blackness.
Man, all these blacks every day.
I renounce it. I renounce it. You know what? I know I can't change you, but so I will try.
Every day, Sam.
Power, power of Martin Luther King.
You know, why doesn't humble president ever come up on the panel? I see him in the chat all the time.
You know what? Because he shouldn't.
Why you say that?
Motherfucker, you know what? Now I have to also go. Look, these people, John, I don't get your numbers, but people like humble presidents, these motherfuckers are here early in the morning on the way to work. And you know what? He doesn't have to come up because he supports the show, because he has comments, often pithy, often worth reading. We, these early morning motherfuckers are smart.
That too. Yeah, I just gave you some content gold.
Oh, motherfucker! Wait, hold it. You are day one, motherfucker. I'm trying to tell you that.
I just gave you some. I just gave you some.
Well, hold on one sec. Let me amend my ways. Fellow presidents, you are a day one. That's why you don't have to come up.
I just gave you some content gold though, Stanley. Seriously.
I'm sorry, what?
I just gave you some content gold there, Stanley.
You did?
Yeah.
Will I pay attention to it?
It's the it's the culture of rice. You should cover this shit.
Dude, you know what? Do you know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? SKC last week wanted to talk about Michael Sandel, a series on philosophy of justice. That's gonna be the theme. Last week, John, I'm breaking away from the motherfucking niggertude. I don't, and you know what? I'm glad you're here. In SKC and I,
we should
motherfucker, get your goddamn wrench.
We should do a stream on rice, man. Like seriously.
No, I'm not doing a stream on rice, but I will ask you a favor. Humble presidents, you probably have a wrench on my side. We'll talk to Portia. Humble presidents is a day one.
So,
motherfucker,
you know what? You know what I'm interested in saying? Can I ask the audience? We have 23 people in the audience.
Yeah, it's been going down.
What is their reasoning for not coming up on the panel? I'm curious. I would think most people
motherfuckers don't want to talk.
Is that what whatever it is? I don't care what the answer is. I'm just curious to know what it is.
Really?
Yeah, I'm very curious.
You know what? CT, it was a while before I came up on CT's panel.
You just listen for a while and then say, I'm going to.
No, he brought up a topic that I was passionate about.
Oh, I see.
And you know what? He was getting it wrong. And it wasn't just him. CT's actually a good guy. His panels are the problem. He tolerates a whole lot of stuff.
I mean, I think you have to if you're going to do 6-7 hours or whatever you're going to do.
Right.
With panels, you're going to have to cover a lot of bullshit.
No disagreement. He is a ringmaster. This motherfucker allowed some shit I wouldn't.
I don't see 12 men go up there that often though. You don't get the crazy, the hard to deal with.
John, 12th man, on its good days, and at this point, I can never tell the difference.
Yo, Deborah, you have to tell us what the issue was.
I think she said she had someone on the. I think she solved the problem.
Then she got an electrician on the phone.
Good for her.
But yeah, man, that's how I
She's
learned.
a decisive young lady.
That's how I learned the basics of electricity. Like, what wires should be.
Necessity is the mother of invention. Invention. Is that how you did it?
Yeah. What wire? No, well, I was just curious. So I learned like what grade wires should be on what circuit.
Oh my lord!
Like I didn't know it, so I looked at it and I read up about it, the size of the wire and all that kind of shit. I bought me a little wire, that little what do they call it, tool, I can't remember, the electrician. And the slight difference in the size of the you can learn on your own for sure. The basics, at least. You can easily run a dryer plug. That's not that hard. Would you say it's fair?
You know what? I would say yes. As long as you understand that you're not going to be building a nuclear reactor.
Right. Now it's about
so there are morons.
Now you can run
that if you can get something level and hammer a nail, you can build an outhouse.
Now you can't run a electrical outlet, let's say 20,000 feet. I think that's what they call drop and shit like that.
Oh, I have no clue.
Yeah, so you have to have like pumps and shit, kind of like a water hose.
Okay, are we going to go into a Be Brave, I build outhouses moment?
No, because I've never done anything other than real basic electrical, but I learned it by having the basement wide open.
But you think you know it well enough to do what?
I can run a 220. I can run any.
I don't think you can do shit.
I wired up my kitchen. I wired up a kitchen.
You are literally.
I wired the kitchen with GFCIs.
Yep.
All the outlets. I drilled the holes through the 2x4s, whatever the hell they are. I bought the
motherfucker. Now let me ask you a question before you get too far into it. If an inspector came in there, you think you'd pass the code?
Yeah, because what I did was I had my electrician come and finish the shit.
Of course you did.
Put the finishing work on it.
So you're talking all kinds of bullshit, but you had a professional come in and gotcha.
Well, I wanted him to check it to make sure I did it the right way.
Gotcha.
I said, come in here and finish this shit.
Now, how much did he tell you, oops, let me fix this for you?
No, he said I was good, man. I was good. You know what I mean? Because all I did was run, what do they call it? Just it's a series? Whatever. Yep. Yeah. I wired up what do they call it? A baseboard heater too. I wired it up for the baseboard heater.
In DC?
Yeah, so
what the fuck would you, dude? It's not that cold.
Well,
baseboard heaters are a fucking.
So you gotta see the kitchen that I built, right? So I built the kitchen in like what was once like an extended enclosed porch, and so I had my man Ramon. He's been on the channel. I had him knock a hole in the foundation of the house and like frame it out and shit, as in like an extension to the kitchen, living room shit. It's kind of slick. So that kitchen is on the enclosed porch, and so I put some insulation in there, but I wanted it to be nice and cozy, so I put baseboard heaters like up under your feet. So I had like these benches. I had benches and shit where you like sit on a bench in a kitchen and shit. So it's a little different than your typical kitchen.
Yeah.
So the baseboard heater is like up under your feet, under under the bench. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm city-fied. I remember.
You don't have that cold in winters down there either, huh?
I looked up in Northern Virginia. I've seen a blizzard at least once in my life.
Yeah.
I know how to live in the cold. And bottom line is what you did, getting the electrician come in and approve your work, that was wise.
Yeah.
You should, if you want to do the work, if you want to, it's almost like having a teacher. If you're going to go in, you are going to do something technical, having someone come in and go, yep.
Yeah. Like Bro Gene said, just like networking. Yeah. I'm telling you, like, if you can have power up until any disconnect and downstream from there, it's like Christmas lights. Think about it. The old Christmas lights where it'd be like, damn, no lights, whatever. I think it was Christmas lights like that. Like cutting the hose pipe, same thing.
Well, when you talk series, yes. One out, the whole thing doesn't work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, what do they call it? It's a what the fuck is it called? A circuit, right? It's like it's basically a supply and return, right? Is that more or less how it goes?
I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't recall.
Yeah, so there's a positive going through, and then the negative going back, and that's the circuit, right? Is that how it works? I think it's
yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's the ground, if you have a ground. Yeah, talk about
Well, you want to talk? Well, network cable is not the same thing as Christmas light. or tell me, dude, fuck it. I've run network cable. That is not a fun job. So, broke genius, and I just did it for like a decent sized office, and I didn't want to do it, but we were motherfucking engineers. So every now and again, you got to get your hands dirty.
Oh shit! I'm drinking cola tonight.
Yeah, well, you know what? I am going to. Apparently, I'm going to have to do a show in the morning, and
Are you doing a show in the morning?
I hope. I got some new stuff. This week is going to be Michael Sandel, philosophy, justice, Harvard lectures. So, and this is at your boys SKC's. And actually, I wanted to go there or tell you, I'm just done with this bullshit. And black women hate black men, and black men, dude, it's a goddamn mess. And I was talking to SKC probably 2 weeks ago, and I'm just bored with the whole bullshit. I don't want to talk, divesting and black manosphere and all that stuff. Let's fucking do something different. And you're going to, Michael Sandel is a white Harvard professor, but to me, it's substantive. There's nothing wrong with actually knowing how to think, and I'm just, drip and Freezy and T. And T's actually, Roz, motherfucker, you know Roz has a show, right?
Yeah.
Well, motherfucker, why aren't you there?
She's on right now. I saw her live last night.
No. She does it on Saturday nights, like 12 to 3. John, this woman is awesome. She is so chill. So,
but yeah, one of my women is what they call it, tether or whatever, and so I don't like.
The Ross is in the tether.
No, I was,
and what if she was?
I don't care. Hell, one of my women is. But you talk about something. You don't want to do this or that.
I'm just, the manosphere. Black men are lazy, and black women are masculine, and I'm fucking tired of that bullshit.
Well, I think that
people have been doing it for decades at this point.
Well, what I think is interesting, as I mentioned to you earlier, you said you didn't want to do it, so it's fine. Is like the whole food concept. As I said earlier, like there's a whole culture built around food, rice and bread in particular.
Okay, where does this come into black manosphere? Help me there.
Well, I ain't talking about black manosphere. I don't talk about that.
Okay, that's what I was talking about, John.
Well, but I'm telling you, I don't talk about it. But from the standpoint of the diaspora or whatever,
we weren't talking diaspora.
Whatever.
We were talking young people, black men. There's some weird form of war between men and women in the black community, and black women are masculine and not subservient. Black men are lazy and baby daddies.
But we don't talk about that much here. Well, that much. But what I do think is interesting, which would be an interesting topic, as I said for you earlier, is the different cooking styles of rice and bread.
You are literally gonna force this.
No, it's just a suggestion. Take it as you will.
So, do you think that a baby daddy, like Hood Servative is a literally. I think he's a weirdo. Do you think if Hood Servative could make bread, he would be a man?
Yeah, I just think you might be interested if you like cooking and stuff like that.
No, I like cooking. Hood Servative is a weirdo. Have you ever really listened to what he has to say?
What's content? Yeah.
That motherfucker's a weirdo.
Oh, Stanley, I'm about drunk. Yeah, I might have to call it a night, Stanley.
Yep, me too. I gotta get up. I was thinking about, I got the show planned out. I might be up at 5:30 in the morning, but no, it's a good time to call it. And you know what, John? I will. Oh my Lord, what did he do? I guess that's done. So I will see y'all hopefully in the morning. Take it easy.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.